And hello everybody and welcome back to more Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising at none other than Paragon FGC. I'm CD Mangaka, joined by none other than one of the GOATs himself, Risky Sweep of Kanmei. How you doing today, Risky?
I am doing fantastic, and I know I'm doing fantastic because I'm about to see some Granblue action. The ladder into the top 8 all the way through. We got a Fibonacci sequence of numbers here. This is number 123 of these Paragon ladders that we had here for Granblue only on this. Hope you're enjoying the evening so far. Hope to have a great one with you all at home.
It should be an easy time to have a great one. We got some killers lined up tonight in this bracket. Char real smooth is pulled up. I see Kazun Kai as well, spreading either the Beelzebub propaganda or the truth and gospel of Bubs, whichever you prefer or so choose to interpret. In addition, I also see that Icebound sign out. Nothing Dragalia. We got some heavy hitters in tonight's bracket, and I can't wait to see which of these 8 competitors are going to advance into the final stage after this 2-hour ladder portion of the bracket.
Indeed, and not only that, but like if you're wondering, that's all we have there. Like, first of all, there's a lot of killer names already. Second of all, you could still join the ladder as of this moment, all the way until the end of the ladder here. You got 2 hours to get to that set limit as we go down there. So, like, if you get to that set limit, you get qualified for for consideration for the top 8 portion. Top 4 get the winner's side, the other 4 get the loser side. We do a double elimination tournament, have a laugh with the whole thing all down the line. It's gonna be a good time.
It is indeed going to be a good time, at least for us out here watching the stream. Khalil's probably running around being like, can I get anyone on stream? Was any volunteers to play on stream? Please, I just need a stream match. Sometimes people are very willing. Other times, you know, it can be a little hard where everybody's raring to go in these online ladder brackets because, you know, you got so much time to play so many games. It's a little different from the double elimination brackets that you see in other FGC events. Unlimited amount of games, so queue up as many times as you want. You'll get matched with players of similar skill level. You won't get into rematches either, so you got a guaranteed new set on your hands for as many or as few times as you want. But to qualify for that top 8 spot, you do have to play a minimum number of sets. And it's been a while since I've been on, and I have a couple different numbers in my head. It's either 7 or 8, and I want to say it's at least 7 for Granblue. Am I right?
It is, I believe, qualified to 7 on that. So according to what I see on the Start GG, which you can follow home, > bracket as well. And we got our first match ready to go here. We got Bloggin versus While Running. Like already starting with the Tekken reference or a Soul Calibur if you want, but with the Wildness on their side.
Indeed, it is a minimum of 7 sets to qualify. Thank you for reminding me to do the one thing that I ask my players to do that they never do, and that's read the start page. But be lagging, be swinging right now. Of course, with the Avatar Belial, While Running though, jumps on in there. And I've actually played this matchup a few times when I was like grinding Avatar Belial after his rework about a year ago, I want to say at this point. Okay. And this is a very explosive matchup. Avatar Belial has to be right like 4 or 5 times to kill Willis. Willis just needs 2 hits, and you're dying like this.
Yeah, Wildness is just like, it's just like the electric fly trap. As soon as like you're in the grip on their volcanic knee all the way into the corner, go ahead and bring it down with the connection fly. Going to be While Running taking that first round. So that's one thing I'm going to ask you though, if you've been playing with the Avatar Belial versus Wildness, what are you looking for that Wildness is going to do that really helps against Avatar Belial?
Namely, I'm always like, shout out reversals because Wildness players, they just love letting it rip, but also in neutral, right? Like I can't get too comfortable with my zoning pattern because if Wildness is able to close the gap using that advancing punch of his, then of course you're going to be caught out of neutral, and your defense with the fuzzy high-low blocks has to be on point. If it's not, you're just going to be taking hits that you can't afford to take with Belial, given the fact that you are spending your life just like B-Laggin did there off of that command throw, in order to get more damage. Are the anti-air jab into the stabilization? Beautiful is the right word for it, Risky Sweeps, as that's a round for B-Laggin.
Yeah, that's one of the things you got to watch out for. You know when to get those hits in and know when to get the Raging Strike, Raging Chain afterwards, because you go realign everything on it and you get that guaranteed damage, which is more than enough to tie up the round count.
Yes, indeed. While Running, though, gets started off. We block the low. Triple Strike overhead connects. We try to roll through, but that's not the correct option, it seems, at least for that particular interaction. While Running now. Gets the roll, and yet again, B-Laggin is there, intercepting and counter-hitting it. Extending a lot of damage here, but this is scary, right? Like, this is an even game, believe it or not. Like, the health bars are lying, all right? Oh, but the backdash! Sick.
Not lying anymore. Not lying anymore. We got the confirm in there. It's going to be B-Laggin taking that first match.
Pretty graceful stuff right there, creating that extra bit of space to then throw out that far, heavy whiff punishing While Running. So B-Lagan showing like how things go in the case of Avatar Belial. We're able to catch right here. Things get a little ugly as we're not quite able to find much with the 5U charge, but comes the knockdown, running up the health, no escape from the throw. Another one.
One thing I want to point out with while running was definitely trying to be preemptive on some of those rolls, maybe expecting some of those Avatar Belial buttons like on the shootout, maybe shooting out the laser and getting away from it, not falling for it in any slightest from B-Lagan. We're already down another round on their side.
I mean, look at that too. Like the amount of damage that Belial, Avatar Belial that is, did to himself in that combo is one of the reasons why I found this to be one of the most stressful matchups. Because you also have to understand, like, by the time I was picking up Avatar Belial, it was also like the Willness release patch. So everybody was trying out Willness. So I mean, I just had tons of experience of going, oh damn, if I lose like one interaction, there goes the round almost, unless my defense is perfect from then on. And the spacing from while running is also just not quite so perfect. Look at these anti-airs from B-Lagan though, super consistent with it.
Absolutely, like on the way down on there was like able to realize that like, oh yeah, you can't do anything about it. I have the moves to make it work here. We're gonna go ahead with the follow-up all the way into the corner. We're gonna have to go in for a reset in there, but the anti-air for while running, that's using your head.
Yeah, a Willness player using their head. We've got it seen it here first. Never before has a Willness player made such effective use of their cranium as some would accuse.
Catching on it with the throw. We're going to go in for the pleasant dive. We're going to get the follow-up on here, go all the way into the corner. Again, using a little bit of health in there for the reset.
Yep. Oh, and look at that. We're able to actually catch out the stance follow-up. Might have been the command throw. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But B-Lagan still has the full hit. And, well, somebody's dying at the end of this combo. And if it's not going to be this Willness, it's certainly going to be this Avatar Belial. We go into Super Skybound Arch. The follow-up here, B-Lagan should have the round. And with it,
yeah, using that subwoofer system at the very end, just showing that off there. 2-0 B-Lagan.
B-Lagan be good. B-Lagan be very good. I mean, showcasing how you drill higher and further beyond, just like that Simone from Gurren Lagann avatar that they got on that Start GG profile. That's a real one right there, man. You're gonna make me want to watch that again.
For real, for real. I need to catch up on a ton of my anime, and that's one of the ones on there. I need someone in the chat to tell me you haven't seen Gurren Lagann and make me watch it. Yes, I know. I'll get to that in the future. I promise you.
You know what? I'm going to take a page out of Matt Damon's book, since there's a whole bunch of interviews and stuff like that going on for the Odyssey, and in his conversations about it, like he learned Tom Holland has never seen The Matrix. I'm going to take a page out of Matt Damon. I am so jealous that you get to watch Gurren Lagann for the first time. Like, you are going to, like, absolutely love it. And I hope it's as groundbreaking for you as it was for all of us back then, because there's so much that's inspired by Gurren Lagann.
Oh, hey, that's one thing to look forward to. Like, that was, like, in me in the 90s, like, watching Evangelion for the first time, and then, like, passing on that, the curse of Indaveva to everyone else on there afterwards. Because I was the first one on my block to get that movie in, like, the HK bootleg version. So it's, like, it works both ways. I'm excited. Definitely excited for it, like I am, with all these matches and everything coming up here for the ladder.
So we are going to be seeing who we get up next. That's like the one crazy thing about the ladder as well. Like, we're not really able to scout out who we have coming in, since Khalil's got to find people who are in the queue but not haven't quite readied up just yet. So we're going to be seeing, and the numbers are still steadily growing. We started at about like 28 competitors, and now we're up to 37. Again, one of the nice benefits about playing in these ladder brackets, you don't exactly have to be 100% on time. So long as you show up within the 2-hour time span of the ladder itself, you're more than welcome to sign up and join and try to make your run to get into the top 8. I want to see if there's any big names that have since joined us real quick.
Yeah, while you're doing that, while you're doing that on there, like, this is also time, like, sometimes people like to do that. Like, they wait till the end of the first hour. It's like, oh, wait, let's see if I can speed run this. Let me see if I can get that perfect queue in there, get the 7-0, and see if we see how it feels. But sometimes the win count and lose count, some people like to get the grind on there, get as many matches as possible.
Yes, and indeed. And I mean, we already got another big killer who just signed up, Iago Gareitz, actually pulling on up one of the competitors who I believe is still on our World Tour leaderboards. Last time I checked, I did tons of prep going into Evo last month and trying to remember who was where on what was the leaderboard, what was the standings, everything like that. And Iago was certainly wrestling for points. Games Cup Tour. Now, this isn't a Side Games Cup event, but our next one, CEO, is coming up in a few weeks. So I know that while we're kind of stuck in this limbo of, oh, we have to wait till September to get the new character, get the new balance patch, which is going to be introducing new system mechanics, there are still events that are happening that have big long-term impacts on a lot of players' standings in the Side Games World Cup that is going to be continuing throughout the rest of the year and is going to have its finals early next year. If I remember correctly. Let me pull up the rankings real quick and see if I can find Iago, unless I was tripping. I might have been tripping, actually. There's a lot of names on here.
I mean, Iago has definitely been grinding, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them on the leaderboard, because I'm a little bit behind on where the leaderboard is, because they keep also adding dates to the Side Games Cup as well on there. Down the line for the Granblue versus World Tour, we got 2-star events of the online happening. I know, like, Conmay has their online clash happening. I think the first one's happening on the 22nd of this month, in fact, so...
Okay, yeah, and actually, so this is the crazy thing. Like, this is like Iago is certainly a player who has made like tons of deep runs within brackets, but they're not actually on the leaderboard right now. They don't have any points right there. And well, I think that's a sign of how competitive things get at those platinum events, right? Like we've had Combo Breaker so far, we've had Evo so far, and Iago was at Evo for sure. I'm trying to remember Combo Breaker. I'm pulling up their history real quick right now just so I can get a view of the standings there for Iago, since we're just on the subject as is. And I mean, like, sometimes like things just haven't quite worked out. I know Iago's kind of doing a dual name thing where there's Fairy and now the I'm blanking on her name.
Ilsa,
I want to say it is Ilsa. See, I wanted to say Ilsa, but then I was like, no, that's the girl from Frozen. That's Elsa. That's Elsa. You
I get it mixed up with Isla from KOF 15 as well. So I'm like,
okay.
I have that moment as well. But it's just like, wait a minute, which one is it on there? It's also like Catalina and Katarina from Tekken. Like they're too similar. So
too similar indeed. I probably should just look at this. Okay, if I hit the results button, imagine instead of looking past one. Yeah. Oh, I mean, this is a heartbreaker. 9th at Evo. Just a few weeks ago, and so yeah, you get 9th. There's no points for you out of that one, right? So it's like you're literally like on the cusp of it. It's just like one set difference between getting some points or not for the case of Evo, and then going back and double checking and seeing if they were out for Combo Breaker. It did not seem like they actually were able to make it out.
Yeah, if I recall, I don't think they were at Combo Breaker on there. But yeah, you were all right. A lot of these, especially when you go to the Evo side of things, you expect maybe for like some, depending on the World Tour and what game it is. Sometimes they have like top 64 points on there. Not so on that. So unfortunate. But you know what? We all win because we got a UL mirror happening before us. We got Vidro versus Akos, I believe. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name on there. But either way, let's go ahead. Let's battle up. Let's get the dashes on.
Dashes on Vidril, a Canadian competitor. It would seem Akos. I'm going to have to see if they're also Canadian or if we got someone from the US of A or perhaps even another country. And sometimes we do get some Latin American representation in these brackets as well. And in this UL mirror match, I'm just pulling up. First time these two have played in a bracket, so let's get acquainted nice and personal as we define which is the better UL. And we even got a scheme here of white versus dark, you know?
Oh, yeah, all there. And right now, the light is winning on that. Going to go ahead, use the Raging Chain, has 100% meter to use that. Skybound are in the end. That should be more than enough to get First Blood.
First Blood is drawn, like you said. Vidril, out from British Columbia, has been able to get some pretty high placements, actually, like a 4th place finish at TNS number 60 earlier for Granblue. 2nd at the Starlight Ascension number 22. As well in that particular one, making appearances as well in events like Curry Cup. I'll get some Akos data in just a moment. Actually, champion of Who Turned Out the Lights for Street Fighter V, back in 2025. Were you playing Street Fighter V back then? That's crazy. First though for Granblue in the Akos' birthday bash. That's crazy. You hosted a birthday bash that you won.
That's the side tournament scheme for sure on that. But this time it is going to be Vidril with the Skybound art on there. Akos has at least like enough to get a U skill out on there if they so very much need it. And going to call out the DP option on there, but not for very long. We go with the backswing, sweep out with the low, and get the confirm for game number 1 for Vidril.
Yeah, that could be the tricky thing about fighting AU well with the back to the mid screen is like you're basically looking for 2 different reversals that require different options in order for you to check them. as it is. So now Vidril, with the momentum here, going to get started. Feints with the back special, but here we go. Akos gets a throw, stagger pressure. And look at that call out, actually. I mean, that's how you know you're playing real mind games. Like, I know you're going to retreat, let me chase you.
Yeah, and especially that, like, calls out the DP on the other end, ready to get the big damage where it counts. There already half that life bar is gone. Checks out with the third dance into the low and catches on it. Where are you hitting? You're not hitting the sky, and I'm hitting you instead. You could be going into a final round situation.
Yeah, Vidril so far. This is like revenge for not inviting me to your birthday bash, Akos. You're lucky I wasn't there. Would have taken that from you. Is that what we're trying to say right now? That's not really Canadian of you. Yeah, that's code for nice.
It's your party, and you're going to cry if I say you do at this. Going to go in for the reset, into the throw. Check out with the third dance into the low one more time. Unfortunately, that throw is going to whiff. It can clear up in the air, and more damage is incoming your way.
You're having a lot of throw techs here in these situations where Vidril is just going for these big jump-ins. Akos is going to be put into a guess-for-game situation. Strike or throw, which will it be? Overhead, and a second serving as well. Vidril is going to take the UL mirror match pretty dominantly. 4 back-to-back rounds. Sometimes it goes like that. Sometimes it goes like that.
So it goes, like Vonnegut said on there. And I would say sometimes the most powerful tool in a UL's repertoire is the fact that you get into their mind game and you start doing like third dance into overhead and just keep on doing it. And sometimes you get like away with third or fourth on it, and it's like surely they're going to change at this point. And no, it just the hits keep on coming,
and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming as it appears to be. So that was a very quick match for us right now, as we're hanging on out, again, in the latter portion of our bracket. I see some of y'all have been pulling up the Matcherino. Thank you all so much for doing it. If you're just joined the Twitch chat, I pulled up the link for y'all right here. Get all those codes claimed. It's free money to give to the competitors who are in tonight's bracket. And, of course, you know, if you're able and willing, we would always appreciate direct contributions into that Matcherino as well to support the players even further. If it gets high enough, we can pay out more than just first place. We can pay out second, third, fourth, and it goes on and on. But we had to hit some crazy high numbers, which I've set a few records here at Paragon.
True.
The Aaron Curry Mangaka combo has sold some Matcherino donations to put.
Yo, shout out to Aaron. Yeah, shout out to Aaron Curry on that. And not only that, if you want more opportunity to get free, like to put in some money without putting your own money into it, there are sponsor quests on the side too. If you want to join the $500 Token Tuesday tournament when that game comes out, you add 28 cents to the pot like that. You can follow Paragon FGC on either Twitter or subscribe to them on YouTube, join the Discord. Each one of those, if it is your first time doing it, we'll add a little bit extra on there. So if you want to be a little bit extra generous and you want to do the extra work, that's more than welcome in this situation.
Indeed it is, and I mean, that's crazy to think about, too, that we're on the cusp of, like, 2 big fighting games releasing, Avatar and Tokon, but we're also on the cusp of yet another matchup as Ultra Duck and Unknown Mac take the stage next. It's going to be Granblue EX!
Yeah, the Gran X on here. Been a minute on there. It's definitely, I know Riazzo's pulled out the Gran EX from time to time on there, especially having use of that one-button DP can definitely go a long way, but it's going to be the confirm from downtown into the corner, starting things for Ultra Duck.
Unknown Mac in the corner has to find their way out as we just cycle through various options here. And just as soon as we get a little bit of room to poke back, Ultra Duck not letting anything go, we take another throw, but Unknown Mac, I mean, basically down to a chip kill, tries to escape with the vault. 6XL comes through and secures the round for Ultra.
Yeah, Ultra Duck trying to do a lot of things to keep outside of the range of it. Unfortunately, one thing about it is you're not outside of Anil's range. You got the 2U on there, you got throwing out to the other side, you got the cross-up situation like we see with like jumping off of the sheep just like that. You were just one hit away from getting sheep.
Oh, but you're also just one hit away from this full jump-in combo. Ultra Duck's going to extend. And I mean, looking really good right now. Pulling up some of their data. This would be like the 4th tournament on record for Ultra Duck. And they're already playing like really strong with this Grand EX. Unknown Mac, though, has a chance to shine. Over 70 tournaments on record. Goes for the throw shimmy. Good defense from Ultra Duck. Oh, we whiff punish a 2H. That was a little too mistimed, it seems. Ultra Duck now should be able to close out this round into the Super Skybound art.
That is so unfortunate for Unknown Max on there. Had the right idea, which is a little bit outside of the trajectory on that. Had a great combo into the wall bounce into a potential reset situation. Was not able to get the conversion in the end. But every round, every match is a new one. Maybe try again on this. This time getting the low into a light confirm.
Jab, checking out. Chief are going to win out there. They clash, and there it goes. Unknown Mac with the experience, able to cancel into a throw, winning out. But look at these spot dodges from Ultra Duck, just able to deal with this flock of sheep. And we're not able to deal with the reversal mash. We cross up, get the counter hit after the fireball, and Unknown Mac with a round on the board. We might be seeing our first Game 3 of the day, if Unknown Mac has anything to say about it.
That just means more matches for us to watch, and I'm more than happy to see that happen. However, Ultra Duck trying to turn things around here. Jump off the sheet from Unknown Mac to go ahead and get the side switch on there with the back throw of Ultra Duck's own. We are vying for this corner.
Ooh, not quite able to stabilize into a full confirm just yet, but Unknown Mac does have Ultra Duck in the corner. Gets the launcher as well with that medium skill. Bust the sheep!
Sheep are coming out of everywhere on that. Just the one thing about that was like definitely changing up the timing a little bit to expect the dodge from Ultra Duck in there. Got hit with the sheep as it was still active at that point. However, it may not even matter because we got into our Skybound arch. Want to go ahead and bring it down, show off all the swords. Like he went to the knife shot.
With that cash out, Ultra Duck takes us to a final round here in game number 3. Oh, and again, like Unknown Mac is either whiffing these 2Hs or getting counter hit on startup, just not quite able to pick the correct option. Maybe it's worth using Anila's DP as the anti-air instead in some of these situations anyway. But we get the launch again. Gonna be a good chunk of damage. Unknown Mac cashing out with some of the EX skill cooldowns.
Got 3 wall bounces off of that before getting the combo limit on it. Unfortunately, though, Ultra Duck is going to catch you onto the other side. Going to take up the lead, put Unknown Mac into Super Skybound Art territory as we go ahead. Try to get the confirm, but no dice on the second hit.
No dice. We check the throw manually. We're just going to hold space. Able to get in, convert off of that counter hit, stabilize with a Raging Strike and Chain, and Unknown Mac is able to find victory right in the jaws of defeat. And we got a Game 3 situation in our ladder. This could have big implications down the line, but we'll have to see. The defense so far from Ultra Duck. We bust out with the DP. First time we've been showing off that 5U of EX Grand.
Oh, and again, this time too early on the spot dodge and got hit with the active sheep on there afterwards. Still not stopping in the slightest here. We're going to go ahead with the confirm, get all the way to the corner. It's an incredible amount of corner carry from that simple combo.
Mac defending, gets thrown shimmy as well. Not even a punish. We just got hit by the cross-up, but I mean, sometimes, you know, you're going for the throw and you're trying to anticipate your option being successful. So you're not thinking about what could they do to make this fail, and then, you know, look for that. And there we go. It takes it from the Unknown Mac's own medicine here, catching Ultra Duck's whiff 2H. Gonna extend the combo with these JUs. Set up.
A little bit of acupuncture in the sky as we go on. Try to go in. We're trading up the cross-up this time. This time going to get denied with a Raging Strike. No BP left, and you are in chip damage territory. It doesn't matter, though. A clean hit is going to move into set point for Ultra Duck.
Battle 2. Engage.
Oh my God. We hit the 2H, but it wasn't an airborne counter hit. And there's another one, actually. Ultra Duck's finding these anti-airs, so Unknown Mac has to think twice about these aerial approaches.
That was incredibly deep, but a beautiful dodge on there coming in. We're just going to go ahead and block it, get the red sparks out of there like it's still the 4th of July, using the last little bit of those fireworks as we take over the corner.
There we go, we get the counter hit, but we don't confirm off of that wall bounce. So much damage left on the table. Unknown Mac blocks the jump this time after the defensive throw tech was evaded. Sitting in some sheep. Another ultimate skill, a perfectly timed spot dodge again from Duck. Causes Unknown Mac to whiff. You get the connection right here. Ultra Duck has the wall. This is it.
Yep, there it goes. Go ahead. You don't even need a cinematic. You just need that final hit on the end to get the finish. And Ultra Duck is going to take that 2-1.
Very impressive stuff from Ultra Duck. Seems to be relatively new to competing, or at least, you know, on any sort of Start GG hosted event. And I mean, so much unfortunate things happening as well in that case. I mean, how many whiff 2Hs did we see that were then just immediately whiff punished by a jump in? It was a case of like, all right, you have a reaction, But the situation in terms of like the spacing, the timing of the jump, because a lot of those jumps were like super jumps, right? So you're getting extra height, extra horizontal distance because of that, which impacted the interaction itself, causing what would have been a good 2H against some jump-ins to be a bad 2H for those particular jump-ins. And Ultra Duck really getting so much mileage out of a lot of those situations over unknown.
Yeah, we didn't really see. You mentioned it earlier in the match there. You like the option of going in for the DP on there, and that may have been a better option in a lot of that just for the jump trajectory that we were dealing with in that. So that might be one thing to go back and look and see like what happened in those situations there, because it's obviously both players were really trying to look up for their cross-up opportunities, trying to find when they're trying to take it back, and then they're being very active with their spot dodges in there, just kind of waiting it out there. Ultra Duck finally found that timing to get away from like a lot of those situations that that Mac was bringing in there, and was able to close it out.
Yes, indeed. So a hard-fought battle, but Ultra Duck starting off pretty strong. I'm actually going to pull up our standings real quick because we're about half an hour in, and so we're going to be seeing some early leaders, as it were, in this particular bracket. So Vidril, Donquavis, Tubby, and GBH Forever, another familiar name to me, are all 3-0 right now. So no one's qualified for the top 8 just yet. It'd be crazy to do that in Granblue within half an hour. But they're all strong. That would be insane. Strong early leaders here. Ragger and Morphtronic 18 are just behind them with 2-0 records. And then J-Mom and Kazan Kai bring up the back half of potential candidates with 2-1 records at the moment. So we're kind of starting to see like the early runners, but a lot can change. People can still join after all, and that can cause tons of spoilers. And that might have been actually Ultra Duck's first set of the night.
Ooh.
From the look of the standing there. So really strong start with that EX Gran. We'll see if that is something that is able to keep up with them. But then, oh my God, yo, why is it? What do you mean Dragalia is 2-2? That's insane to me.
Oh, is Dragalia playing around? Is like Dragalia trying to experiment with something? Sometimes I see that sometimes with the ladder. It's like, what is? We're not privy to everything happening under the swamp waters as they were like on there. Only when we get to like see what's on stream for brief moments, and in the top 8 do we see what the game plan from some of these players are on there. But it's a very strong ladder that we're seeing already so far. Multiple people still with 0 losses on their side. Couple. Trying to build that up, and not only you mentioned you hit on it just a little bit before, but sometimes like down the line, someone joins up later and really wrecks things up for everybody. It's quite fun.
Yes, indeed. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Have a Nice Day pull something like that off, but ultimately we will see. Still tons of action to see as we are hanging out, enjoying a nice evening in our homes, and enjoying Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. I know everybody kind of had a big crash out. After Evo, it's like, what do you mean we gotta wait? Like, you know, there was like the Squidward meme of him in his house watching all the other games with their immediate announcements, things like that. You know, it's like, what do you mean we gotta wait? We've been waiting already. And I mean, hey, if they need that time, Arc System Works, busy company. They got Marvel Tokon launch happening. They're still, you know, working on Guilty Gear Strive as well. Who knows when they're gonna be dropping an update for that game? I mean, they're doing Battle Pass stuff for it now. There's new cosmetics and weapon skins, things like that in that game. So. No doubt Arc System Works is a busy company, and if they have involvement with Granblue's next update or any content for that game, if they need that time to polish it and make it to the level it needs to be, happily take that way. We can entertain ourselves, man. They're just saving us from having to play a new update when Avatar and Tokon are dropping. You know, we get a month of those. We get to realize, wait a minute, I'm not going to go pro in this game either. I'll just hang out in Granblue still. Oh, yeah, well, you know what? I thought it was a new me, but no, still same old me.
No, it's more like it gets into one of those situations too, where it's it gives you a little bit more time to train, kind of get used to things, maybe get a game plan for the next tournament that you go to, whether you are planning on it in a couple months, like seeing where you go for some of these events, like, or if you're, I mean, we got Boston Blue Beat happening this weekend for one. There. Got that. We got SQXL happening a little bit down the line too. A little bit of time in there in between to plan that while waiting for those patch notes on here. Biding your time, scheming, as I like to call it.
Yes, indeed. Scheme. It's going to be a good time. Tubby right now trying to scheme what their top 8 run is going to look like. Currently a 4-0 record. It's pretty spicy. But we'll see how good of a record Tubby's able to maintain. So far, you know, beating everybody they've encountered, like GBH Forever. That's the first loss GBH Forever had.
True, yeah.
In there, also, you know, handed Kazan Kai a loss in there. Tubby, one of the losses Dragalia had. So, you know, a lot of wins against a lot of very strong players. So Tubby looking like a standout competitor right now if you're beating the other strong people in this ladder bracket.
Oh, I'm already calling it now. Like with everything I'm seeing down the line, with the many players that we have, like trying to get that list on there, I'm starting to think that we're going to get to that like near the end where we're going to get to the 7-game limit, and we're going to try to go the distance and try to one-up each other to get those top spots here. But in the meantime, though, we have the ladder to focus on, the present. Tubby versus the Pure Boy is incoming to our eye sockets right now.
Our first appearance of Zoe and Narmaya both on the stream, and Zoe's been in a really good state. A lot of Zoe mains have been cooking in this version of the game, just with the buffs to like her lightning, changes her vertical spinning slash, you can see right there. And Tubby should be feeling very comfortable in this matchup against Pure Boy, rocking that EX Narmaya. They've played 3 times before in other Paragon ladder brackets, and Tubby has always been the victor. But Pure Boy has been able to take a game. They've been able to take a game in 2 of those sets.
Yeah, enough time in there to get... Yeah, got the combo limit onto the other side, but it's going to be this confirm in here. Get to the crumple state, take over the corner for Pure Boy's self on here, and has 100% to work with here for a potential reason, or just use it for the Skybound art into at least get a little over half that life bar gone, and a couple of those great feet as well from Tubby.
Yes, I mean, 2 points stricken away from Tubby. Extra 50% damage on every single hit Pure Boy gets. This is a very doable comeback, but not if you get whip punished like that. Now we are worrying about chip kill. That's why we set up the negative edge, saying, all right, if you block it, you die. If you spot dodge, thinking it's going to come out immediately, you walk.
Yeah, really hard to deal with that on the situation here, but we're just going to check in there with the far lights coming in. Crisscross to the other side, and into the 6-6H. The armor point coming in quite handily.
These far heavies from Tubby have just been catching Pure Boy out of these like little bit of delays, trying to bully this Narmaya in the corner with the Wyvern. Another one, interrupting the ultimate skill. And we're just going to go for a couple of jabs, setting up for a jump. They go in for the side swap here. Pure Boy going to unleash tons of damage. Not enough to really equalize things, but I mean, if she could from that situation, we have another discussion.
We would have a lot, like, we would have multiple debates on that at this point. But we're going to go ahead and use the BP, put Tubby at 1 BP, so a little bit extra damage is on the line at this point. But just needs one more hit to be able to complete the job and get game number 1. I'm using that last BP to try to get into the approach and use the U skill too.
We get the jump in. They'll be able to block. The triple strike comes through, and finally we let rip with the DP. Pure Boy not only would have had to have baited it, but would have had to call it out hard with the spot dodge. So I really like that choice, going for that reversal from Tubby, because it's such an option that Pure Boy has so few answers against, just with the fact that Narmaya was down to chip kill range, so a block would have gotten you killed as well.
Yes, indeed, on here. We're back into it. 1 up to Tubby as we go in. We're going to go ahead and bring in the Dragon F-150 out onto the field here. Use a little bit of that extra of Dragon power in there, and actually calling it out with the anti-air, being able to set that up as we go in further with the U skill into the combo. We go. Going to have to set up for a 1 more touch situation.
And the limit is reach. We drop the lightning. Going for a shimmy of sorts, and we're just doing tons of damage through chip. Pure Boy tries to close in with that 6XL, but Tubby finishes it off with the perfect. Just needs 1 more round to keep going strong in this bracket. Are we about to see 5-0 record for Tubby?
Might very well be on the 5-0, but we're going triple attack. Going to get in with the overhead. Gets another little clip Azure, and we're just calling with the Setsuna. Just going with the fall. Pure Boy with the EX Narmaya on there, so gives access to the from the E skill for Setsuna at that point.
Probably seeing those diagonal follow-ups to that skill. A little bit of extra value on those pokes from the range, and look at this. Actually, we're able to connect with the 2M, side swap into the corner. We got full Skybound gauge, spend the Raging Strike, maximum combo. This is a kill. Very nice optimization from Pure Boy.
Yeah, if you have any reason to play EX Narmaya, it definitely just have fun with the damage that can come out from the results of that, from that nice little block in there to get a huge conversion out to play in there, keeping the game.
Great.
Oh, the dash heavy actually using that shield to potentially endure any sort of counter poke from Pure Boy. Oh, what a mash! You had lightning sitting on top of you and you just said, I'm not scared of you, Rain Man.
Nope, nope. I have the weather channel. I know what's coming down. Light on Setsuna in there, just stopping just short of the way in there. Put the Sonic Spin Ball onto the playing field, and they're going to dodge on Dragon. And on the second one, well timed on that to avoid the laser afterwards. But it's going to end the confirm afterwards. Pure Boy tying up the match count.
Believe in victory.
This is the third time in a row Pure Boy has been able to take Tubby into a Game 3 situation in these Paragon ladder brackets. But where is that next game? Where is that second victory to actually take the set over Tubby? Pure Boy's going to have to try and find it right here and now to put a win on the board in this head-to-head matchup. Tubby, so far though, is trying to play all kinds of denial. However, serve themselves with an excellent spot dodge from Pure Boy.
Let me help myself to the IC machine on it. It's self-service after all. Going to go in. Doesn't get the connecting flight on there afterwards. Unfortunate here, but both players have Skybound are at least ready for that. Tubby on the super range for that.
Positioning with the old skill. Pure Boy able to bait out the Brave counter. Not able to find a kill from that pickup. Punish. But Tubby, this will be a crazy comeback to make, but the turn. Not quite a chip kill just yet, but Tubby's got one more block in the chamber. Ooh, bust out with the ultimate skill, block this.
Yeah, thrust it out on there. Tubby was being very precautious on there, just waiting for Pure Boy to make maybe a whiff punish opportunity appear on it, and Pure Boy was having none of it.
Oh, I see you. I'm only negative if I'm a coward. Just gonna bust out with the DP as soon as we end the turn. Get some plus frames, but we get denied.
Catch in the air, just get in there with the close light. Trying to check it out. This time going in with the 6-6L into the bind section and going to go into the Dragon Am on here. This is going to be big damage, CD.
Big indeed. We're going to drop the Skybound Arc, stripping a Brave point away from Pure Boy. Still has 2 left, but not a lot of life. For the overhead, absolutely cheeky from Tubby, especially with no lightning down. I mean, if that's blocked, you're taking quite a bit of damage as a punish.
It's definitely a risk you have to take on that at this point there if you're trying to feel good about it. Oh, catch on the little bit of love tap on the feet, and we're going to dodge on the approach in. No, it does not! Oh, no!
Wrong anti-air for the wrong time, Pure Boy. Is it going to happen again? No, we run underneath the spinning slash. Gonna get some damage right here. We catch a jump, keeping this Zoe under duress. But the dash heavy actually from Tubby, able to win out.
Alright, dodge a little bit too early, so still got hit with the triple lightning on there. Enough time to send out the Dragon Pokemon, but the confirm coming in for Pure Boy at least gets a little bit of a mark.
Lightning catches, not much of a confirm afterwards. Tubby, though, very low on that Dragon Gauge. And oh no, we thought we had the pick of the first hit connected, but it was the follow-ups sweep that weren't actually a combo. And so Pure Boy gives a punish opportunity over to Tubby. Has to endure this corner. We got just enough Dragon Gauge to bully with these heavy breaths. We're sandwiched for the moment. Over the wind punish! Pure Boy, is this it?
Turned it around like an Uno reverse card in the end, just biding their time. Pure Boy is going to give Tubby their first loss of the ladder.
What a little storyline we got developing right here. After 4 encounters in the Paragon ladder brackets, Pure Boy finally takes a set from Tubby. Not only that, an on-stream set that is forever immortalized, so hold that. And it's Tubby's first loss of the night. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. That's got to be a great feel-good moment right there for Pure Boy. Got a little dicey when we thought we had a confirm that didn't actually turn into a confirm and gave Tubby a big corner carry combo that had tons of pressure coming down, but Pure Boy found that next hit, was able to capitalize fully off of it. Excellent play, and I'd love to see that, you know, we may get knocked down, chat, but if you keep showing up, you can get your comeback. You can get that run back. You can get that victory. You just have to keep showing up.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fun watching people kind of grow into figuring out what their characters are like or what they want to do with those characters, or even changing characters from beyond, like from ladder to ladder to ladder here as we get to number 123 of the Paragon Granblue ladders that we've had seen. I want to like point out that just the patience on there from Pure Boy to be able to wait until Tubby got back all the dragon power from using the U skill dragon all the way across. Smart decision by Tubby on there, just to be able to go in and try to find that pattern with the M dragons, like calling out there, but found that opportunity to where the slip up is and just bullseye, just down the middle, 50 points.
Mm-hmm. And so the standings are coming on in with that. Tubby and GBH Forever are currently tied in their score line, but with Tubby actually having a head-to-head victory over GBH Forever. If these two ever tie in a score line, Tubby gets higher seeding. So that could very well come into play as we continue on in the bracket. Before we can have any more of a look, let's get more Narmaya on our screens. It's X9 Breaker taking on Roarin, representing 2B.
Okay, bringing out the cool explosions to get away on it, and I see you all redeeming those Maturino codes on here. Keep it coming. We still got quite a few of those to go before I start thanking you for claiming all those codes.
All right, getting full pickup right here. 9 Breaker has Roarin in the corner. And this is a classic Narmaya, so we're going to be seeing those stance switches between Dragonfly and Butterfly. Wake up Ashen, that's a 2B way.
Yeah, go into the crumple state all the way through here. Just going to go in, feel to stretch it out like an air hockey puck, sliding across to the eastward corner and going to call out with the whip punish opportunity. Great chance to even up the life counter, maybe give a little bit of advantage.
Indeed, one overhead into the low. 9 Breaker expecting more on the helmet. Roaring now. Goes for the just frame baseball swing, but that's just telegraph for 9 Breaker to bust out with the SSBA catching him.
It's like, oh, you're at the batting cages too? I can swing a bat too. Check it out here. Slice, slice, slice. Gonna go right in, get the first blood for the next round as well.
Radiant Strike and Chain just to stabilize and extend. 9 Breaker gonna run up. A lot of strikes coming on through. Roarin not quite getting caught out for it just yet, but here it is. The jump in, getting a punish. Full skill gauge as well from Roarin, so what toolkit do we want to go for? We go for the Gravity Well, but 9 Breaker techs it. However, the Setsuna yet again with punish. So Roarin equalizing the life bars. Oh, what a bait. And you got the Volt out on this as well to extend.
Yeah, so it's going to be able to get all the way through, get a little bit extra damage. Go ahead, use that Skybound art on there. Cinematic time. Bring out all the pods in here. 1 BP left here for 9 Breaker as we go and set up the Vortex on there into the black hole. Trying to reach out of it. Could have been a very dangerous situation, but it's going to be the anti-air in the end for Roarin to take it down for the round.
Battle 3. Engage.
Gee, you tired of your anti-airs whipping? Just play 2B, man. Like, it's going to cover, like, the entire stratosphere. You know, sometimes
like
you just bring the wrong 2H to the fight.
Oh, yeah, no. 2H from 2B will be, that at least covers half of Europe, right?
Oh, we got the second just frame there thanks to the added bounce to the claw. But 9 Breaker is able to fight way through. Keeps the combo going on the ground for extended period of time. Launches with a Radiant Strike and Chain. Same side. Good block there from Roarin. Oh, another one!
We land just in time for the 2H to come and meet your maker on. It has the meter to make it worth. Going to fire off the pew lasers in the end. One more interaction should be neat enough to close it if you can find that opportunity.
I like to check with the 9 Breaker, but yet again! I think 9 Breaker is trying to go for like some of these jumps on Oki situations as like a form of a shimmy. And Roarin is not falling for it, not pressing like a fuzzy mash, not pressing like a throw tech. It's just looking and seeing what 9 Breaker does. It's, oh, you're above me? Cool. Hold this.
Yeah, and like we haven't really seen any like teleport shenanigans for that, and there hasn't had a chance to really set that up. Maybe you're trying to delay it just to avoid the time of Roarin, and just having none of it. However, this time we do get the jump in the cross on there. We go ahead, take over the corner. First opportunity for this match to be able to take control.
Start here for 9 Breaker. Another Crescent Moon coming through, Roarin with the BC. Doesn't actually go for the side swap. I'm surprised that pod reached, and 9 Breaker gets opened up low. Plenty of skills. on that gauge. Spooky situation, but what a match.
What a match, and we got the crumple on there, so go ahead, bring out the wire, get all the way over to the westward corner, catches it with the 2U, crumple say, you know what, that looked like fun, let me do it to you.
And the side swap as well, followed by the immediate run up Crescent Moon for a throw crush. And so Ninebreaker ties up the round, takes the round lead in this second game.
Dash up low on there, tried and true from 2Bs everywhere. Swinging out, got control of the corner and the confirm on there afterwards here. Gonna get that combo limit pretty early. What's the setup on there afterwards? They're trying to bait out a throw and gets it on there afterwards here. Not enough to get that Skybound art here, but maybe get up for another setup.
The setup is just that light into heavy assault. This time with the earlier cancel, catching Ninebreaker. And so now it's set point here for Roarin. They close it out.
They're on that. We're already getting it, like throwing out with the with the special one more time, but the confirm from Ninebreaker, not out of it yet. We're at least back into neutral.
Oh, but again, these Setsunas, right? Like you're just creating these situations where Ninebreaker wants to control the ground, is trying to be proactive. But Roarin is just taking advantage of that, saying, okay, I'm just going to go airborne, avoid that. And if Ninebreaker was just playing a little slower, looking to be reactive in some of these instances, might not be letting some of these jump-ins be so free, but that's the other issue, right? We saw Roarin show why it's so hard to anti-air 2B. After all, like, you could just jump, float with pod, and oh no, it's looking pretty dire now for Ninebreaker.
Going to go ahead, use that Raging Chain on there afterwards here to finish the job. It's going to be Roarin with 2-0, moving on with another win under their belt.
Seems like for 2B, the size of the sword does matter when it comes to the effectiveness of the blade. And Roarin, the first encounter they've had with Ninebreaker, takes the set and is going to keep on playing in this bracket. Ninebreaker as well, of course, right? Like, that's a nice thing. You can take a moment and say, all right, what went wrong in that set? All right, queue up again, or we can just say, all right, next. All right, just give me another one. I'm gonna play the salt out of me. However you process, the ladder's got you.
Oh no, for sure on that. It looked like with that Ninebreaker was trying to find like. At one point, Roarin used a lot of skill and like had to wait for it. You get that skill back pretty quickly, but there was an opportunity in there where having to use like either normals or being able to throw out like the baseball essentially that we saw from Roarin a couple of times on there. Maybe Ninebreaker picked up on that opportunity. Maybe got a little bit too eager with that whiff DP on there, and that was it at the end of it. But you're right though. This is as many matches as you want to play, and that keyword is you want to play. So if you just want to get some of that competitive experience in there as you're trying to go to your next local, your next regional, next major, wherever the skies take you on there, you can make that happen here as part of that and get your fill.
Yes, indeed. And so far, I don't know if any of our players tonight have had their fill. Certainly not until they at least played enough sets to qualify for a top 8 spot. Refreshing things right now, Ragger, I'm going to assume it's Ragger with the double G, is currently sitting with a 5-0 record, showing up a little late to the party. Tubby with a 5-1 record. Needs to play one more set to be officially considered for top 8, but not necessarily qualified. Fidgeties also showing up out of nowhere, feels like to me, or maybe I've just missed their name, but definitely have seen them play time and time again. Pulls up with a 5-1 record as well. Bunch of 4-1s while running. Iago, Don Quavius, also pulling up with 4-1 records. But Dragali actually coming back. Like earlier I mentioned that they were 2-2, currently with a 5-2 record right now. So got a little bit of a hot streak building up for a run to try and get into this top 8 tonight. Y'all need to make it worth it to get in that top 8 by getting those Matcherino codes claimed. I've just refreshed it in the Twitch chat. Be sure to pull it up. We're up to $6 so far, so just about halfway through the codes, if I recall correctly. Usually we do like, what, $12.50 in there? Yeah, 26 out of 50 codes remain. I could do some work, y'all, but I want to see you do it. Granblue's a good community about this. You don't make me work like Dragon Ball does.
No. I mean, one, it's really simple to do. You hit that Match Arena link on there. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch, it's already in the chat. You click on that, you log in with your favorite platform on there. There's a billion of them on there. I guarantee you have at least one or more accounts on on each of those platforms. You might have like maybe 2 line accounts for all you know on there. I don't on there, but I definitely have a Google account that I use to log in and claim my code. Actually, it's saying, did I claim my code? I'm going to find out myself. I could do that while talking at the same time. It appears that I thought I did. I think Matcherino's being very silly.
Claim your code. Claim your code.
Claim
I'll do one for me. I'll do one for me. I got like
okay.
way too many accounts to claim codes.
What is your your default account when you claim a Matcherino code? What's the one?
Okay, my default account.
Yeah.
So I go from the top to the bottom of the list, right? And so the first thing I do, and this is going to age me so hard, is my Facebook account, man. Like I still got one of them. And people are like, yo, bro, Facebook, really? I'm like, listen, if I can claim Matcherino codes with it, I'll stay alive.
Hey, for a while, Facebook was a way to find about local music events on there. It's not as much anymore on that. They kind of ruined that part. But regardless, though, it is an easy way to get in there, claim that code, and make it happen to help pay out the players at the end of the evening here. At the meantime, though, we got ourselves another match coming to the screen. We got NameRock and Live Warrior.
First Vera of the night, though, with Char Char real smooth sign up for this bracket, which actually I haven't seen him like at all in these sets. Has he even played a single game? Char Char, did you just sign up just to not even pull up? I'm gonna talk to you later, young man.
Let no one say that Char Char does not have a perfect attendance record, regardless of anything else on there. Go ahead for the use skill command, grab install Vera.ex, try to get onto the other side of Luminera, comes in for the assist, going to get it into the 668 into the corner here, and that's going to be combo limit for another setup.
Yep, indeed, and it's funny that we got a mirror match of Vera's as well. Yo, red versus blue. Blue says, get out of the sky. I don't need an install to fight you.
Get the Blood Gold Canyon on here. Throwing out, like in there, going in for the 6-6L early on, and again, enough time in there. Great spot dodge coming from Live Warrior on the blue side.
Live Warrior now just trying to keep NameRock under duress here. We BC out against that JL. Another one is spent just as we invest some Skybound gauge. Spot dodge, however, it keeps you too close. Live Warrior, I don't need the install like you. That's no good. Keeping it real on there, and already getting away from the 2-1-4 on there, catching with that light from Live Warrior, but not going to get much else for it. NameRock is still Zerg rushing ahead. All right, BC pushing back, anti-airing with that close heavy. NameRock off to a pretty strong start here, says the Lumiere. Low will connect, Live Warrior not blocking at the ankles. Full combo and extension here. We should be able to get a kill with the Skybound art. Transform. Combo limits reached. Lower damage one because it was the install transformation.
Yeah, so I had to put in the work, but that's going to reach on the way down there. The air unblockable going to bring it into a round for NameRock.
Escape. Drop the Luminaire, 6XM just to prevent them from escaping.
Early on in here, we are just trading out the far lines, trying to find it in there with the Scarlet Oath. Nothing on the whiff opportunity on there, but uses Arcane afterwards here for NameRock to go in, get it close in there, and get the throw afterwards, enough to summon Numenera yet again into another air unblockable situation.
Live Warrior, doesn't want to hold the mix, but however, that might be better, giving you a chance to block and defend against it instead of getting yourself trapped in the sky, so that NameRock just gets a guaranteed follow-up here. Ultimate Luminaire gets us the crouching. We're going to go ahead and extend this, using this to go basically coast to coast. Finally at the wall bounce. However, Live Warrior, no more resources left. There's a single Brave point to their name. They clash. A jab at that range wins out for Live Warrior.
Try to get the approach, but we spot dodge on the Vera EXE. Install in there. NameRock has to try to buy their time. Gets in with the Scarlet Oath on there. The follow-up is going to be all you need for NameRock to get game number 1.
All right, NameRock does take it with that install. Very end of the game. Zell, we run up. Button mash tech from Live Warrior. Here comes another throw. Both sides, just sort of trading the same blows and damage.
like know what the other person has on there. Definitely going to try to reach him. We've seen a lot of Far Light in there reaching out with the 5M as well. And this time going to connect with the 6-6L, but can't get any conversion on there. A follow-up coming in from Namrock. But the patience in there saw the U skill, the U coming out from Namrock and just punished out by Live Warrior.
DC, get off of me. We don't want to hold the pressure after that old skill. However, you will be holding this damage from 6XL. Namrock sets up in the air and gets the cross up as well just at the last moment. So Live Warrior, you know, not trying to go for that jump again because it didn't work out so well for them. And, well, he didn't find another proactive way of contesting the situation. Namrock now at set point.
Coming out, screaming out, you know what, it looks good, let me change it out here. Going to get in with jump in and immediately use the BP on there just to get away from the Dark Game. Kind of a wise move on here just to go ahead and send the neutral.
Catch him with the run up. Namrock now is going to have the knockdown. Luminaire comes through. Oh, DP. It's perfectly baited. Namrock now not able to find the game-finishing kill off of it.
Yeah, probably knew it was not going to kill if he followed up with the Raging Chain on there. That hit from that distance, from down. You only need a sample love tack to complete the job, and Namrock is going to complete it. Sign the name on the check, cash it into the bank, 2-0.
2-0 for Namrock, winning in the Vera mirror match. Pretty good stuff. Things didn't get off to the greatest of starts. You know, you had like the cheeky 5U install in round one and to lose the round, but able to stabilize and take it all back right from there. And I mean, you know, like it was just a game of like, one of you got more hits and made better use of those hits at the end of the day. I can't really think of a fatal flaw in terms of either player's gameplay that, you know, was a big factor in deciding that set. Just, you know, sorry, you got hit.
It happens. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Like, Namrock found a couple of really good opportunities to summon Luminera to actually trap a warrior into the sky in a couple of cases. Like, oh, no, you where else are you going to go? Just feel the sword for a second. Just to feel the sword, feel the wrath of it. I'm going to be able to complete that job.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, maybe that was like the fatal flaw for Living Warrior, was how they try to contest some Luminaire pressure. We saw Namrock do it, which is a simple DP once, and that worked out. Meanwhile, you saw Living Warrior trying to back up, disengage, jumping, only to be then caught mid-air by the Luminaire when there was not enough space to really get away far enough to avoid an unblockable. So that definitely, you know, had a big factor, I think, in terms of how they defended against the Luminaire. So that certainly could be a thing to consider for that set. But consider this, chat. We're about an hour in, and we already got a couple people with score lines that do potentially qualify them into top 8. Tubby has completed a run of 6-1 at the moment. Donquavius is also 6-1. Dragalia is now 6-2, so it's falling a little bit behind. Fidgeties is at 5-2. So those players, along with Vidril and Nothing, who have 5-2 records, have also completed the necessary amount of games to be considered for a top 8 position. And with those score lines are also high up enough in terms of their score line to currently be considered for a top 8 spot. There's some other people who have played that many sets, but their score records being like 5-4, 4-3, a little too low compared to some of the other competitors that we see to have a chance at the moment of getting into top 8. That could all change. We still have a whole other hour to go. And if you stick around and play, because this is another fun thing that happens in Paragon Ladders. Some people, they get their points, they get the required sets, and they put the controller down and say, I'm good, just to come back with like a 7-0 record, see all the other people who grinded it out and say, wait, why am I in loser's side?
And that's what I love on there, like especially when I've seen this happen with Granblue, especially from time to time on there. You see people just get satisfied. They are living on the top of the mountain on there. They're breathing in that fresh air, but they don't know that people are working hard to push them off of that top of the mountain on there, try to get in there. Like what is going to happen at that point? And sometimes it leads to a little bit of inflation on the wins. Like people trying to like, you know, maybe I got to get 8-0 or 7-1. Maybe I got to get 8-1, 9-1, 10-1. I've seen it up. I've seen like some like double-digit win records and from time to time on here at Pass. Definitely could see it again happen here, and I feel like a storm is coming.
Versus Zoe.
The name of that storm is Ryan, pulling up with the Meg versus Dang Drake. Coming up with our second Zoe of the day.
Yeah, like and our first Meg as well. Like always excited to see like with especially with like Zoe play. Been a fan of this character for some time, and especially with like the people who have been sticking with Meg. I've been a fan of how they've been trying to play it into the setup here. So we're going to see how it deals in it as they're going to try to deal with the dragon shenanigans that Zoe can bring up.
Yeah, pop off, please.
Believe in
This is
victory.
such a long intro, man. They just got to milk it. I love it.
Get in all your oxygen before the match begins. Into the big counter hit to begin things with a 5H.
Strong start here for Ryan. Putting Dang Drake up in the corner.
Sets up Mario with the setup on there afterwards. Here we have nothing up for it. We're just trying to get the approach in there. Keep it locked down in the corner. We try to get the start up, but get snuffed out of the way thanks to the dragon skill.
Quite working out just yet. Here we go. Ryan should be able to close this out off of this combo here. Drop the skybound. All right, so far the Sharks have it up over the Dragons.
It's a real Legend of the Hidden Temple situation on here. Try to go in there in the 2M to start things off. Nothing for it. Just a little bit of a punish into variety. It's going to be the 6XL for Drake to get in there. Was maybe worried about the Dragon meter. Just wanted to make sure they have enough to really start an offense in there. That 6K is definitely going to help.
Now BC, get off of me. 2M is going to interrupt here, but look at that. Ryan just not even letting Dang Drake get close enough to start off some offense. Now we're seeing Drake comes out trying to zone. With Fireball will interrupt Ryan's approach. Triple strike is blocked on that overhead. Oh my gosh, but what an option they're actually catching.
Same side, a little bit of a pause, delay on there, trying to catch a low in there, but it's going to be the 2M catching on the other side. Going to like call it out at the very end. Take a round for Drake's self.
Battle 3. Engage.
Right. Game point here. Yo, round start 5U, that's some disrespect. And I mean, Ryan smelled blood in the water. Immediately hunted Drake down.
Sometimes you got to test it out there. It's like, what if I just do it? What if I make it happen on there? We're going to call it another whip punish on the approach in there. Too early for the Dragon M to come out in there. Going to give Ryan a whole opportunity into the Razor Chain. Take over the corner. Set up Mari for the follow-up on there. I like that option from Drake with the 6H on there. However, Ryan was expecting it, blocked it, and gets the punish as a result.
Yeah, not quite able to actually get Dang Drake to eat the support cannon fire. It doesn't matter, you're going to be eating this with the stagger pressure right there as Ryan takes the first game on Drake.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Yeah,
Engage.
we still believe in victory on here, trying to go at it early. Maybe a missed input on there, or maybe trying to get some Dragon meter a little bit early. Drake gets punished early on into the corner. We go for Ryan.
Yeah, we got the cannonball coming on down, so Drake has to respect this offense. Big flash. Drake with the better cancel option. Wins out. We walk right underneath the jump in, push back by the lightning, respect the old fireball. Let me show you mine.
Happy to throw out the Dragon on there afterwards with the light version. Get the hit. Follow with the bisection. Gonna go in, and I like that use from Ryan being able to get the follow-up, just approach it. It's like, I don't care about your neutral with the Dragon. I'm just gonna skip all of that, get to the good stuff.
Fireball comes through. We try to go for the throw crush. Ryan, though, able to follow up, taking advantage of the plus frames.
Battle 2.
Now this is a set point for Ryan. Dang Drake. He stabilized. Oh, another punish on the dash heavy. Too hard of a read, it seems.
2M goes a long way. It's just it's one of those buttons that is a great whiff opportunity coming in for Ryan. And now put it into the corner, into the 2M. Not going to get anything else on the Dragon on there afterwards here. Empty jump into the low. We're trying to check out like where the hits are. We're just going to go like back in there, trade Shark for Dragon.
Oh, and a counter hit, actually. I don't know if that was a 2H or what Dang Drake was going for, but too slow of an option. Oh, the 6XM Connects, opens up Drake. We get the follow with the cannonball as well. And there it is. Ryan with his Meg.
There.
Spacing trap, you think? And then I misread that one. Might be. I see counter hit sometimes and I forget some of these characters work. But also, like, I don't know, like I saw the buttons. I just misread the situation. So thank you, Envelap. Appreciate the correction.
Yeah, good stuff from Ryan, taking that 2-0. Moving on further with another win on their side on here. Again, adding to this currently extremely competitive ladder that we're seeing tonight.
Yes, indeed. Currently vibing out right now. We've seen tons of awesome sets. And again, if you have just shown up, you still have time to sign up. Like, this ladder's going on for another 55 minutes, so you can show up, get some games in yourself, just for the heck of it, just to try and make, like, you know, a last hour mad dash for a top 8. I mean, a lot of our players who were eyeballing have played enough sets with good enough score lines to qualify into top 8. So if they could do it in the first hour, a lot of other people could do it in the second hour. Some shakeups in the standings. Iago Gerates gets high up on the list with a 6-1 record, only dropping a game to Ragger. Donquavius now is at 7-1. It's a pretty terrifying scoreline to be having at the moment. Tubby just got dealt their second loss as well to Donquavius. So instead of being 7-1 themselves, they're now 6-2, tying with Nothing and Fidgety. So 6-2 kind of seems like the scoreline where a lot of people might have to try and break away a little bit further from their competitors.
Yeah, and I'm like, what I'm seeing is like I see a couple people who have maybe like stopped at 7 games and are on that very cusp on there. It's like that's kind of where you're thinking. You're staring at the slot machine, going like, do I pull the lever one more time? Do I try to get another win on my side? You know, like it's not going to match you against someone that you've already faced before on there. It's going to be someone new. It could be like depending on the skill level that's based on at that point here. So do you want to really roll the dice and see what you can, or are you just going to be happy with what you see? That's a question for every competitor in here. I want to see more violence personally.
I would always be a fan of more violence in fighting games. It means people are pressing buttons. It means we're seeing some cool, awesome things. And you could support all that by heading to the Matcherino. Excuse me, to claim more codes.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
it's just, I mean, it's as simple as just doing a single, like a cough like that. By the time you finish with that, you can claim a code. You can make it happen. We have, how many of those codes do we have remaining on here? I see at least 24. I'm going to refresh just to make absolutely sure. 24 of 50 on there. The sooner we claim all those codes, the sooner I can start thanking you for claiming all those codes in there. And especially if you've been enjoying everything that you've seen so far, you can do like one of those sponsor quests down the line. Maybe subscribe to Paragon FGC. Maybe you get daily VODs about all your favorite fighting games and all the tournaments that happen nearly every day of the week here on that. Like so you get 28 cents on that. Let's be honest. If you are just joining us for this one for the first time, look at that schedule here. We got a full Tuesday is coming on there. We're going to add, there's going to be a final day. It's going to be nonstop violence on there. But in the meantime, though, where we are today, of course, Friday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. Saturday is meant for Street Fighter 6. And, of course, it's going to add Avatar Legends in the near future. It's going to be a doubleheader on there. We got Sunday, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. for 2XKO. Monday is for Invincible Versus. Tuesday, I would keep your eye on that for Togon. And, of course, Wednesday for Guilty Gear Strive.
Yes, indeed. So that is all the Paragon action that you can find, of course. All those being ladder brackets. So again, it starts with 2 hours of playing as many or as few sets as you want. And then the top 8 players are seeded into a top 8 bracket so that we can determine our winner from there. And depending on the games too, we usually extend the number of sets. Like for Granblue, our top 8s are all best of 3 in the top 8 portion of the ladder. For 2XKO, I believe we just do the top 3 as a best of 5 set. The rest of it is still best of 3, just like we're seeing in the ladder currently for Granblue at the moment. So we try to, cater to the community as best as we can to make sure that they are playing, like the most consistent standard. Oh, excuse me, it's top 4 for 2XKO. Thank you, Khalil.
Okay.
And a game that's not top 8 is a top 4. Thank you, Khalil. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Now, shout out to Khalil on production for each one. Like, if you've been watching any of these Paragon FGC brackets all the way down, Khalil is behind the scenes making it work every day on that. Well, soon to be every day for kind of Tuesday on there, nonstop on there. So, yeah, give a shout out to Khalil and Paragon for all that.
Yes, indeed. We're currently trying to find our next gamers, our next set of gamers, I should say. to pull on up to give us more Granblue action at the moment. Appreciate everybody who's hanging out with us between Twitch and YouTube. It's always fun to spend a Friday night watching some awesome Granblue. And things are only going to get crazier from here as well. You know, we were pulling things from the ladder bracket, but there's been a lot of head-to-head matchups that are going to concern some of the players that are going to qualify in the top 8 that we haven't been able to see. But we'll get all those players in the top 8 on stream. Don't you worry once we get that far. So, currently hanging on out. I'm seeing if there's any other shakeups. Looks like Iago just went up to 7-1 record.
Okay,
Timed on
all right.
Quavius. So things are getting really tight.
That's the number to beat on the wheel, as we're seeing down here. So if you have a couple extra losses on there, you may be able to subside and get that, like, set the percentage on there with potential in the top 8 by getting some wins on your side on there. If anything else, though, it is a ladder. You play as many games as you want on there, so you get to get that extra competitive experience on top of that. In the meantime, though, we got ourselves Wing and Nika the Star coming to the plate. 2 characters we haven't seen tonight here. We got ourselves a Granblue and Cagliostro coming to the stage.
ねえねえ、軍神さん、どうしてあなたはそんなにかっこいいのかな？
Gonna let those intros rock on there. A little bit of... Dude, go to give Grimnir an opportunity to soliloquy. Hold on. Like that, just going to let that happen on here. Wing, I believe has the... Let's see what that record has been tonight on there. 3-3 from Wing on there. And Nika with the 4 and 5 as well. So we're going to go right into it. Like straight in the middle. Could be something to do with, like, we want to try to get to the top 8 along here, but we're going to go in with the far L, catching in with that low early on in there. Enough time to set up the trap for Nika the Star. Going to keep Grimnir into that corner with the side switch too. Set up there, you got to worry about it, like blocking down the airspace of Grimnir. Having to force on the block on there afterwards here. A lot of traps coming out to play into the Alexandria. Doesn't get anything on the false body, but we get the trap afterwards here. That should be the round for Nika the Star. There we go. Nice stuff in there, and I like that Nika would just immediately, like, you know what, you're going to be in the air, you Grimnir. You only come down to refuel the tank on there afterwards here, so you might as well set it up there. First time we really got to see the Glimpse come in there, get in with the follow-up into the trap that was already set up like a Chekhov's gun. Nothing on the 2A on their wing. Going to fly right back in there and give a taste of a little bit of vengeance. Oh, too early with the 2H coming in from Nika the Star. Wing is going to be able to get the full follow-up up here. Has the Skybound are in place. Should be, yep, okay. That was enough to kill on there, bring out the Tornado of Souls.
Battle 3. Engage.
Final round here of the first game. Nika the Star and Wing both setting out their respective seals, and it's Nika who takes advantage of theirs first with these Mihen traps. Those are some cute little routing things I don't usually see from a Cagliostro as well, but now we're going to go into more or less the B&B of the corner, right?
Pay the money on there, and unfortunately nothing on the Raging Strike too far away. Gets punished in there by Nika the Star. Right into the Skybound. Are going to finish the job, at least for this round, at least for this match. I think game number 1.
Very explosively, too. I mean, just like one little slip up from Wing, and it was just back-to-back sequences from Nika in order to take down Wing in that first game. All right, we're kind of trying to find our next little bit of space right here. Nika getting a quick little 5U charge.
Went ahead and bring up the calculated on there afterwards. They're going to get the 6XL in here. Wing could not get anything for it. Enough to get the charge on there. Keep it plus afterwards with the firing of the rock.
Check on the throw. Still dealing with these traps. We block the overhead. They think he's got really ambiguous twice over on that jump in, and now Nika blitzing away with this one, trying to get some payback actually against Wing. Back in October of 2025, these two played at the online local, and it was Wing who took a 2-0 over Nika, and now they meet again for the first time since in a bracket anyway here at Paragon. So let's see if Nika can bring it home.
You can already see that they've done some work against the Grimnir matchup since then, and it worked very well in that first match. We're already into set point, and they're going to use that BP just to get out of the situation. They have to set up the trap on there, get to the other side. Of course, Grimnir is going to take to the sky using the glyph, and I'm going to block on the Alexandria. Doesn't get anything for it though, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, indeed, a double knee hand set, dodge the ultimate fireball. Nice little 2L poke there from Wing just to deal with one of the traps. However, you stuck out just a little too far. The far normal reaches, and now Nika's going to get a lot of damage here. Doesn't complete the combo, but still has Oki in pressure. Can Wing escape this next sequence? That is the question.
The lockdown is immense on here. Nearly tied up here. Going to go ahead and get the confirm from Wing on here, just like we saw in that last match. Going to take a round, keep alive.
Alive one way or another. Now we're running the offense yet again. Set the tornado. Nika not fighting just yet. Oh, counter hit though. We try to poke out with something. I think I heard an EX skill cooldown. Looks like it was teleport.
Enough time to set up the glyphs on there afterwards. Nothing on the throne. It was already too high up in the air. Significant life lead coming in for Wing and go in. Go ahead to SBA to finish the job, and here's the cinematic to make sure it's a 1-to-1 now.
Just like that. I mean, Wing answering back, getting into the groove yet again.
Believe in victory.
Let's see how this final game is going to proceed with these two competitors. I mean, again, Wing would love to make this a 2-0 head-to-head record. Nika trying to get an answer back for a loss dealt more than half a year ago at this point. Coming up on a year, if anything.
Almost at the anniversary here. Will be a good present to get in this case. I'm going to go ahead and set up the big trap, but the glyph is going to easily bypass over it.
You know, actually double checking the date. Okay, it was like a day. No, it was actually 9 months to the day. Like if this set was a child of sorts, it'd be ready. If this run back was. That's kind of crazy thing to think about, right?
It would have been like from that time, it's just been stewing on here as we go in, get the follow-up into the Alexandria, stay the calculated into the Skybound Art showcase in a shrine of gold to finish the job. No, one more interaction is what he can need.
Can you find that interaction though? Force him back, the BCs are gonna whip, there's none left on either side, any hit will do, and Wing is the one who finds it. Dashing in and getting that low 2L, and so now Nika facing a losing point. Oh my gosh, you teleport it into raw throw, that's some crazy work.
We're trying to set up the glyph very early away from the traps on there, which has put Wing into the corner in there with the follow-up on here. Really hit combo limit very early on and attempted to use the U-skill DB to get out of the situation. Nika was more than ready, and we're going to a double set point situation, CD.
Off of a perfect no less. This has been brewing for quite some time. Nika, can you bring this revenge baby home, as I can horrifically dub it?
What's this baby's name?
Revenge. Revenge. It is the night. It is vengeance.
It's like, is that with an R at the beginning? It's like, yeah,
Is that with an R? With a growl, it's like 3 R's. 3 R's. Okay, revenge. Revenge. Too funny here. Oh, the 2H though, that's going to be a punish here for Wing, equalizing the life bars. Things stop a little short. We plan out the seals, but we don't have a follow-up or anything from that. Not sure if that was in the calculation Wing, but the ultimate! Nihan comes through, still keeping the turn going.
Movement in there, enough time to set up the glyphs in there. Another big trap on here. Let's stop for a brief moment into the BP. Gets far enough away into the side switch on here. You may live to regret that if you don't get the chip damage.
Trying to find the next hit. Nika trying to endure. Yo, if Nika gets hit by anything! By anything, sweet!
Anything! anything at all, and so it goes on there. Presses at the very, had almost no life left, the swearing of a sub-pixel, if you will, at the very end. Wing was able to take the baby home at the end.
Unbelievable. You just needed to make him block any special skill, and that was it. But I understand, right? It's that close. And so you don't want to overextend. It's like, all I need to do is just make this situation happen. And Wing was just able to then take advantage of that patience, get in there and, go up high, have a seal, come right back on down, catch a button press. And oh my Lord, that's just, what a way for that one to go out. Wing 2-0 over Nika the Star.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where you get to the very end and you're just trying to find a way to close it out, and there's a little bit, no one tells you it, but there's a little bit of nervousness when you're like in the middle of a match in a competitive scene and you're trying to get to that part. It's like where it's like, oh, I need one more hit to clear it, and I don't need to be obvious with it. I need to just find it in there, and they may give you pause in those situations. And that's kind of what I saw from Nika at the very end on there, and like unfortunately put themselves into the corner as a result.
And sometimes, this is a phenomenon I think that can take a different form depending on the game. Like, we're talking about this from, I just need to make him block a chip kill, right? Like, in my own experience competing, sometimes, I'll get a pretty big lead, and it's like, all right, I'm playing a 3v3 game. I'm taking out 2 of their characters. I got my full squad here. Just one more character and I'm good. How did I lose? Like, well, how did one character beat my 3? Like, I had such a strong start. There's something just about, like, all right, there's only this little bit left to go. That, like, there's a switch in your brain. If you have that thought, you've just, like, powered down. Like, you've dropped, like, so many levels of focus, of composure, that all of a sudden you're not playing at that same cutthroat level that got you that situation in the first place. That's my own takeaway.
Yeah.
Is that what happened in that situation? Potentially, but at the same time, like, you got that hit, and then you don't have the most advantageous positionings. I think that would have been the case had Nika had Wing, like, trapped in the corner, but it was Wing that pushed Nika to the corner in the first place, right? So
that's true.
One of those things where you got to look back at the tape and figure out, what did I need to do differently in order to actually, get that last hit? Did I just need to go crazy, just bust out and say, all right, YOLO, you block, you die? Maybe, maybe not. But then you do that, and it doesn't work, and then you lose anyway, and then, you're a bigger fool. Sometimes that's it. It's like, I don't want to lose from this position. That thought can lead you to losing.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where you get to the situation and you start seeing what Wing is setting up there. You got the glyphs came out to play again, and that might give you just enough pauses there. Like, okay, are they going to take this guy? Are they going to keep to the ground here? Where are they going to go? It's a little bit far away here. How can I turn this into advantage in the situation there? And by the time you thought all of that and you get to that part, well, you're at the very end there. Suddenly you're in an entirely different situation. You got other things to worry about.
Yeah, indeed. And well, we'll see if these two will run into each other sooner, or if we gotta, all right, this kid wasn't it. 9 more months. Revenge wasn't the idea. Vengeance.
Revenge
now
2.
That child of mine. Before we move on to Cha 3, Revengeance, just, all right. Fuse them all together. Here we go. Morphtronic 18. Been tearing up this ladder with this 2B. Let me see if I can actually refresh my attendee standing list page and get it in there. Meanwhile, Icebound pulling up here with Siegfried.
Yeah, our first Siegfried of the evening, too.
Correct. Find the scoreline right here. Morphtronic had a very strong start earlier. Is currently sitting with a 4-5 record. So has a bit of ground to catch up on if we're trying to get into a top 8 finishing position. Icebound, meanwhile, I've been playing a couple of games. I'm going to try and see if I can find them here. I don't think they're on the first page of the standings. Ultimate DP, though, you can see that right here.
Messenger from the U-Skill version of that Icebound trying to send a message early on in there. Siegfried definitely has, like, can match sword for sword and 2B in this. But, like, of course, you don't have access to, like, you have the whip triple attack opportunities coming in for 2B. We're already going to use that Nelanov as we go into the corner, set up the Orcon, nothing afterwards, try to go in for a 2H opportunity, gets nothing, but Wait finds an opportunity with the Messenger, the DP coming out with EX style.
Style indeed, and Icebound 4-6 so far in this bracket. So again, would have quite a bit of work to do to catch up to some of the others. Has Morphtronic locked up in the corner. Old Fireball. Sort of looking for anything from Morphtronic. There's 50% Skybound gauge, so you are thinking about the reversal from Morphtronic.
You are double jump more than it. Oh, we tried. We tried to anti-air on that. Unfortunately, was a little bit too late in the opportunity. Going to give it to Morphtronic into the combo limit. Set it up with the super jump afterwards and try to backdash away from the nail and off the projectile hitting clean.
Okay, block this. Both sides are just, look at this. Like, they get plus frames, and then they big chill, like, all right, DP. No, I'm not gonna. And, there's a lot of history between these two, actually. They played in tournaments like WASD and most notably the ParagOnline brackets from 2024 to 2026. So across 2 years of competing.
No! Oh my god, that would have hit. Like, if it was any other time, if it was not timed up at that point, that would have hit and got the round at the end. Icebound was able to get it in anyway in there, but oh my goodness, that was terrifying.
Terrifying indeed. Time was up, and time was up for me to try and recount their story, but, they played 4 times. Icebound has won every single set over Morphtronic, including a top 8 appearance. It was round 1 of the ladder top 8 bracket. Icebound took it in a close 5-game set against Morphtronic, and so there's like the storyline that we talked about before. You're running into someone that you haven't had a chance to beat in bracket yet. You would love that opportunity to finally put an L on that record against them. Icebound, though, is just going to take some damage off of Morphtronic here. Baiting out that DP.
One more hit with the Skybound art. You got the cinematic on top of that, but you still have to do the interaction afterwards here. Keeping the Morphtronic into the corner, try to bait it out. This time the Mirage does hit on there. It's a little too far away in that last round.
The DP, but Morphtronic jumped over it, was not in a position to punish it. Has to spot dodge anything. I mean, you're at chip kill range. Wire back in, BC get off of me, and there we go, EX Fireball. With speed, able to catch a backdash. Icebound taking game 1.
Been a tale of trying to catch these backdashes as 2B cannot move around as freely as Siegfried would care for at this point here. Back into the neutral in there. Throw out the projectile coming down there with the 5U from the sky from Icebound.
Dashing in, getting the heavies, DP, as soon as we get a gap in the block string. So well timed there from Icebound. We'll trying to find the next opening. Icebound just gonna block it out. Ultimate DP for the flavor.
Great patience from Icebound in there, just like waiting for that. But unfortunately, try to go in there for the anti-air yet again. Morphtronic gets in with the jump in. Enough time to get the crumple state, slide across onto the west. Doesn't get the final hit on there, but at least gets the corner for a brief moment.
And that's like a hard thing about like the 2B matchup, because she's able to stall her air momentum either with a double jump or by holding on the pod. Like, Icebound is forced to wait and confirm that Morphtronic is actually jumping into before going for that 2H. By the time that you're reacting and realizing, okay, now I can 2H, it's already too late. The jump number from Morphtronic, who already knew when they were going to jump in on you, is coming down and hitting. So Icebound needs to kind of consider going for DP in some of those situations, provided it's off of cooldown. They did use it a little earlier with the ultimate version before that jump in, so that might have been affecting the tools they were choosing to use to deal with 2B's jump ins.
Yeah, definitely have to pay attention to the resources on both sides, but Icebound especially on here if Morphtronic's keeping to the air like that. 11 seconds, we're going down to the wire yet again as Morphtronic fires off the wave.
This with these round 1s, man, and now at this point, Icebound doesn't need to go in, just needs to hold space. Morphtronic, you have to make something happen. The throw, DP, yeah, smart from Icebound.
Yeah.
Battle 2. Engage.
If anything else, like Morphtronic also throwing out the bomb on there just like kills a little bit more time where Icebound has to block on that. But that was then. This is now Icebound back on the offense, having to use the Brave counter from Morphtronic.
All right. Staggers coming through. Now Morphtronic is going to be able to extend with the ultimate laser, taking Icebound towards this player 2 corner.
Excellent.
Bring out the Hammerfall, hearts on fire. Just going to go ahead and get throwing and get blocks on the Nelanov, but still can't get anything else on there afterwards here. Going to get the return back in as we try to approach, trying to bait out a whip opportunity. Icebound is not fighting.
Getting with that back special, pushing Morphtronic to the corner. Caught yet again. DP not going to be baited. The Mirage is successful. We do take the throw afterwards.
Pull on there one more time, throw out the wire to be able to continue it. Go ahead, use that last BP on it to get it into the corner. Was able to finish the job thanks to the multi-hit in there. I was wondering for a brief second if it was going to scale down, but Morphtronic still in it.
Still in it, still fighting the good fight. Jump. Neither side really fighting the hits they're looking for. But Morphtronic has control of center stage.
That's on the wire all the way down here. Blocked on the BP. Follow up, trying to get away from the Verdragon. This time, follow up just runs up throw.
Fading back. Here we go, Morphtronic with the next pickup here.
Follow up one more time. Simple little chain, all that. Go ahead, use the parry into a great setup on there afterwards here, just to kind of keep it with the bombs after.
All right, we're busting out with the install actually. Okay, trying to regenerate some of this life off of any of our heavy attacks or special moves, but Morphtronic immediately interrupts it with the wire, taking us to a final game yet again.
Yeah, the rare time that we actually see that happen on there. It could have made a difference in a lot of other situations, but Morphtronic was able to make it into a Game 3 time. Another Dragon on there. Try to keep that plus on there. Icebound happy to use the BP just to get out of the situation and take their turn back for themselves. It's going to block on the Mirage coming in. It's going to be a big chunk of damage for Icebound.
It's that Siegfried damage now. Dropping with the Skybound art here. Jump in, hold the pressure. Ah, you held the throw, no escape.
Battle 2.
Once again, set point for Icebound. Happy to bounce away from the super jump in there. And still too far away to get anything on the bomb from Morphtronic.
Oh, we try to go for 2U, but Morphtronic with the 5H. Actually able to catch it and start up.
Use that big long stinky leg. We're going to meet air-to-air missiles all in closing in there. Use the BP to get back into the neutral situation. Verdragon, you're not going to see anything of it, but this time, like you said earlier, CD, the Messenger coming in as the anti-air, much better option here.
Yeah, you're just going to be able to have more iframes so that even if you are later with it, you're going to be able to usually avoid those jump-ins. Plus, you're going to get, I think, some different ranges with it as well. Might be a little more favorable with that 2H, not to mention the faster startup compared to 2H. Either way, teching the throws. Morphtronic now down to 1 Brave Point, extra 30% damage on all of these interactions. 40 seconds left on the clock. Icebound. Oh, the counter actually comes through, intercepting that 2M. Morphtronic with the life lead, but that's on a razor-thin margin. A throw comes through. Icebound maintaining offense.
Morphtronic is trying to do everything to lock down Icebound, and like Houdini is escaping through most of it through the use of the tools to their advantage on there. The Mirage is going to hit. You can't get a follow-up on there at this time here. Just going to be able to stay in the corner, wait for the opportunity.
Still waiting. Waiting with the jump in. 7 seconds left. The Mirage from Morphtronic in that situation catches Icebound's run.
Battle 3.
Final game, final round.
Oh, we sense the urgency at the very end to try to close it out at the very end, and Morphtronic taking it all the way to this point in there. This time the Messenger going to go hit again in the favor into the 6-6L time. Use that BP to get out of the situation.
All right, Morphtronic now, trying to make up this life deficit. Good check on the throw from Icebound. The fireball does connect. Both sides more than willing to scrap it out. Still, it is slow goings in this head-to-head.
We've been down. We've seen timeouts. We've seen close to end for like 3 of these rounds here so far. Could easily go to a 4th at this. We're going to go in with the 2U. Enough time to approach on there. This time we are blocking that Mirage. And you know what? We're going to keep all the seconds on that clock here because we're finishing job right now for Icebound. 2-1.
2-1 for Icebound. Yet again, another win, extending the head-to-head record to 5-0 now, which is crazy because every single one of their sets goes the last game. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 3-2, and yet another 2-1, and yet Icebound still finds a way to win. Unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely the definition of like the win count does not tell the whole story as it's going through here, and I'm definitely going to try to see how that goes on as we continue between these two competitors down the line. But in the meantime, though, in the present moment, that adds another win to Icebound's favor, which means I'm trying to load up the standings, but I bet, CD, you have them already loaded up.
Yeah, I do. I usually do when it comes to this stuff. One of my favorite things to talk about with any of these players is the statistics that get involved and looking back on their histories, right? So that we can appreciate like everything going on between them, right? Because sometimes I think we forget to look at the entire context of some of the matches. And granted, there was, I was without FG Combo for a couple of years. Like it came out and only had support for Dragon Ball FighterZ, Street Fighter V, Tekken 7. We had been, a year or so into Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, all these new fighting games coming back up, and there wasn't support for it while they were busy working on this particular website that I find to be incredibly useful. And now it's back, and I'm doing my favorite thing. I'm looking into these players and trying to convey the storyline that is there, because unless you might not be able to, express that and convey. And sometimes it's a story that the players themselves know better than anybody else. That's why I would kind of like love to sit down and talk about like some of like these matchups and stuff, and see what the players remember about things. Because having my own rivalries in my local scene back when I was like hardcore competing in Dragon Ball FighterZ, before I got into all this commentary and TO stuff, like I've had some stress, man. I freaked myself out. Like, why can I never beat this dude? Like, I could beat everybody else. Why not him? And choking from winning positions and everything like that. It was a whole journey to go on. And I know that fighting game players, no matter the game, they're also on their own similar journeys. And it's so good to see them progress through any sort of barrier that stands in their way. It's one of my favorite things about fighting games from a competitive sort of standpoint, where you can see those narrative moments throughout a player's career when you do enough digging through it. So
I mean, it's the World Warrior journey all the way through on there, and if you have played in at least like 1 to N tournaments on there, like as many tournaments as possible, you're going to have your own very much in there. Especially, I definitely have a few of like my continuous players across multiple games on that. It's like, oh, they have my number in those specific games, and I want to do better on that. And sometimes I've gotten that upper hand on that. Sometimes they did on me, and it's just like that growing experience on it. But like you said, though, with FG Combo and everything else with that, we have a plethora of different tools to our benefit across no matter what game you're playing, Granblue or otherwise on there. We have access to so much data and so much knowledge that we didn't have even a generation ago, honestly, in terms of fighting games. It's matured to a point where no matter what you get, if you want to do the deep dive, you want to do the ghost dive, if you will, all the way down there, you absolutely can for Granblue Fantasy Versus or any other game.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's so many stories to tell. Make sure that we're able to hear as many as you can, I think, my friends. That's something that's hugely important. Because, we kind of have like a focal point around like the biggest big events. And of course, those are the biggest storylines, right? They're the most prestigious storylines. But all around that, throughout everything, like I think about my scene out here in Colorado, and thinking about like some of the things that I've seen, how players have grown and developed. Me thinking about like, okay, I could check them with raw fundamentals, and now like they're absolutely knowledge checking me with like hyper specific in match things these days, to the point where I don't keep up with them anymore. Like it starts from there, and then you see how their own friendships and rivalries develop within those community scenes. It's one of the most precious things I cherish about fighting games and the communities that we're able to have through all this stuff. And Paragon FGC is no stranger to that. We got so many regulars that sign up for these brackets every week that you could do a deep dive into that one and really chart out, I think, a lot of varying storylines that otherwise don't have a stage to sort of play out on, right? It's kind of like, if Evo and CEO and Comma Breaker are like the majors, those are like the blockbuster cinemas, things like that, then, events like this, they're, akin to like these polished like YouTube essays, right? Or like these fan animations, things like that. Not to be discrediting in any way, shape, or form, right? Because you can see some amazing stuff from that thing that might one day, be put up on those screens, right? They might be made by individuals who get involved in those projects in the future and things like that. But, there's a sort of scale for everything when it comes to it. And I think it's something to that, you should enjoy all walks of this. Yeah, Belial. Oi, where's the next match? Oi.
I like to.
You're going on.
I like to akin it to a more like independent cinema in some ways. Like you get to see like films that maybe not have like the mass distribution on that point, but you're seeing how these stories build up and like where players have come from on that. Like you get a better understanding, a better feeling from that, and you can especially get to be part of the journey alongside of it. One of my favorite things for helping TO, my local scene actually on that, like you on there, I'm like down in Knoxville, Tennessee, for East Tennessee on that. Being able to see players grow and become powerhouses in their game of choice has been one of my favorite things to see, 100%. And that goes true for a lot of no matter like what hobby you are doing on that. But in the case of fighting games, like being able to see players who we got a strong Tekken and a strong Street Fighter contingency in my area, and being able to see my players from my region take out big names in Street Fighter 6 and. Last year, one of our players, Artificial Holly, beat Gachi-kun in bracket, and just like being able to say that and be like that. That's my girl right there. That's my girl. Heck yeah.
Nah, that was kind of actually one of my moments I can think of too. It was Frosty Faustings 2020, right before the COVID shutdown, where I was in a Dragon Ball pool, and I was seated about second place, I think, in that pool. It was second or third place even in that pool. I can't quite remember how that went, but Chris G was the pool favorite, right back when he was really sweating in that game. And I fought him. That was the final set to get out of pools, and I beat him in that set, right? And then after that, I went and commentated Dragon Ball because that was my commentary block for Frosty Faustings. So that was like a very surreal thing. And I remember, all my friends like, "Oh my, you beat Chris G. Oh my God, that's my boy." And I'm like, guys, the tournament's not done yet. Like, I got out of pools, cool. I try to have that mentality just to be sabotaged by some ricotta spinach gnocchi I shouldn't have eaten immediately after that set.
Oh,
I remember that.
But food always wins. Food always wins.
I wanted Subway. I wanted something familiar. I wanted something that I know I would digest. Well, my friend's like, I'm not going to name him because I've already given him enough crap over this, but he's like, "We got to celebrate. You beat Chris G." I'm being so mean to him right now. But it's like, dude, I'm trying. I can't celebrate right now. And I lost the next two sets. That was how I exited that tournament. 9th place, but it was what it was. And it was still like it was still like a cool experience. And there's all kinds of little stories like that out there, So as we continue on with this rendition of Every White Guy is a Podcast, and there's two of us right here. So we're both just, moonlighting this project as we're stuck in ladder bracket hell. Khalil's trying to find a game and people are spamming sets or not queuing up. Whatever it is, quit ducking us. Give us a
This is how it goes when you get to the last little bit on there. Some people are satisfied; they're not queuing back up in there. Which, you know what, you should satisfy me. Queue up on there. Like that win. No matter where you are in the bit, like if you're like Fidgety's like on there, play a couple more matches for us there. Like make it happen or something. Like just like I want that violence on there. I understand. Like you want to maintain that business over top 8. I totally get it. But this is that part where we're trying to find a match. We're getting it going, and we'll eventually get there. I promise you. And if we don't, there's top 8 coming. Don't you worry. This is a great time, though, to look at that link up at the top and the pin. There's a couple of links on there. First of all, there's a start to GG. You can look at the bracket, see the standings for yourself. Second of all, there's a Match Arena link in there. If you've not claimed a code in the Match Arena, that's our podcasting sponsor right there. That's what we need on there. Go ahead. We have 14 of those codes remaining. All you need to do is log in with your favorite platform on there. You can use your BattleNet if you really choose to on there. I guarantee it will work. You hit that claim code button, boom, 25 cents in there. And if you feel generous, if you've been enjoying all the action here tonight and you want to put in your own money in there to help pay out the players, maybe help them get to a local or pay out like get them a lunch at a regional or major in the near future, it all goes to the players on there. If we get to a certain limit though, we also get the top 4 payout and beyond.
Yes, and we'd love to see it go to such great heights. There's 14 codes left. Make sure y'all help out. I've been claiming the last couple. Y'all have been sleeping on me. I can count this streak, actually. I've claimed the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 codes, one guy, while I was commentating. Just want to highlight it. It's that easy. I can do it as I sit here and also discuss the game and storylines and players, things like that. It's not the most crazy thing I'm doing, when it comes to claiming those codes. So
yeah.
Either way,
and if you're like, well, I'm on the couch, I'm watching this from my TV as I'm eating dinner or something. You got a phone in front of you. Don't lie to me. Don't lie. Just pick up your phone right now. Your phone is right here. Here's my phone. I could do it right now on that. I've already claimed my code though, so I can't, but you could.
Yeah, you absolutely could. As we're still big chilling, trying to find our next match. At this rate, we're gonna get like 1-2 more matches before ladder bracket's done. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I was gonna say with we still got a little bit of ways before we get that those changes in there. It comes out to play on there. What like during this time when you load up the game and try to get into matches, get some better understanding. What are you looking for at this time as we go further and further into the competitive season?
Is this like with just like fighting games in general, or is specific to Granblue?
I was thinking mainly to Granblue, but you know what? Let's expand it out. Let's fighting games in general. Right now we're like Street Fighter. You could say that Street Fighter is also in that block too, because we still got at least we got about a couple of weeks before Yasmin comes out. It's actually a little bit closer on that. But Tekken, Bob doesn't come out till another month on there. But you know what? We stalled long enough here. We got Wing and Kazen Kai coming to the stage for us. Thank you for playing on there. Wing on the Grimnir still. Kazen Kai on the Beelzebub.
Of course. I mean, I have to call him a fraud. If they weren't representing the one character they're always highlighting on their social medias. Should be a pretty exciting set. Yeah, that's right. You and your Conqueror's Carapace, pop off, King.
It's like, you think you can monologue at me? How about I monologue at you?
Man, we really got the two monologuing characters like popping off against each other. That is crazy.
Put them on stage, sell tickets, let's go.
Right, getting started off. Karma's gonna drag Wing in. Come on back. The spot dodge avoids the plus frames, but still Wing has to respect it.
But fighter here, 6XL coming out to play into the Unisonic. We go. We'll be able to extend that combo out to a degree. Just going for the reset.
Oh, gonna bust out with the super, not giving Wing any sort of momentum here. The back dash to bait out the throw tech. Gets Kazen Kai round 1.
Very strong round for Kazen Kai to begin things off here. Didn't really get a chance to get anything started for Wing as we go in. Use a little bit of that karma for their side.
Jump in, not able to get a full confirm. That JL hitting a little bit too high for Grimnir to actually land and take advantage of the hit stun. Very unfortunate.
Get the clip on the dash in, but can't get anything else on it. It's going to be Kazen Kai. Going to go with the follow-up on there. Throw it out with the U-skill conversion. Teleport out there to make sure to get the corner with the light long field into the low to finish the job for game number 1.
Strong start here for Kazen Kai. I'm trying to scroll through this bracket and see where exactly they're at on the leaderboard. I'm having a hard time finding him, actually. Like, is this their first game? There's no way, right? No, yeah, there. Okay, fine. 7-5 on the record. So with a 2 score line, might be a little difficult to get into the top 8. Wing with a 6-4 score line. Also the same head point record, but one of these players could sit with a 3-point total record, and if they're able to win another game after this, then maybe they got like a decent chance of qualifying in the loser side of top 8, but we'll have to see. Wing, though, answering back with a pretty dominant run right here in this first round of game number 2.
SBA, but you know what? We got the anti-air and the side switch on it. Kazakai built up that 100% as they got hit on there. So how's that to work with here as we go into the bounce to return the favorite kind?
Yeah, and this is going to be enough to get the kill with the Super Sky Bound R. Just like that, Kai retaliates, stops Wing right in their tracks.
That point.
Battle 2. Engage.
Nah, you whiff punish 6XL with Karma. Get out.
You're more than ready at that point here. Throwing out the Storm Eagle. Oh, we dodged a little bit too early on there. The delay on the Black Fly is going to be able to get the job done. Take up into a reset. Get more than the middle part of that life bar gone away. Wing going to be able to return in kind, take over the corner on here as we go. Dropping down on there.
Slightly compromised the position as my cat has decided to join me. See if she stays on camera.
Bonus commentator.
Bonus commentator indeed. Yo, this is the first time these two competitors have actually thrown hands in a bracket. That's kind of crazy. 2H. It's gifted vertically, but you saw that horizontal challenge as Kazakai was just outside of its range.
Oh, no!
Screw
We
you.
just do it. We just do it on there afterwards on the reset. That's going to finish the job for Kazakai, adding a win on their side.
That was diabolical. You get the triple strike hit, and you know Wing is like, all right, this is going to end in the Super Skybound art. I'm probably dead. And what does Kazakai do? Says, nah, let me reset this. I don't think this kills. I want more than just the victory. I want your soul with it. Isn't that right, Stormy? That's what Cousin Kai did, isn't it, Stormy? Huh?
I'll get that cat on the camera here. It's like, but the cat's comfortable. I get it.
Yeah, right. No, she's going to settle in my lap in a minute. It's like, yes, you're the reason why I had to take an Allegra. Yes, thank you for, once again, trying to compromise my sinuses. I should be immune for a little bit, though. Like, I've been getting a little better with my own tolerance, so I won't die on camera or anything like that. Not from her. Not from her.
Okay. But yeah, no, get the be able to get into a situation where you have the cat on your lap, like get the warmth on there, and you don't get allergies for a little bit thanks to the medicine. So win-win.
Yeah, it's a win-win. Absolutely a win-win as we're winding down in the last 8 minutes of our ladder bracket. You can still join. Play a set.
Can?
You absolutely could. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. If you got aspirations to get in the top 8 at this point, you're full of it. But you could still join and play a set or two, depending on how quickly things go. As a quick little preview of what our current standings look like, Fidgeties has rocketed up there with an 11-2 record. Just one more win over Iago, who has a 10-2 record. Then there's J-Mom with 9-3. And you have Don Quavius at 7-1. But that's 7-1. That's like the record of, okay, I played enough to qualify for top 8. I'm pretty happy with it. Let me chill. If people get a scoreline of 6 and they played more sets than Don Quavius, then they will be seated above Don Quavius. So
right.
That's a little risky right now. And you got a couple competitors that are actually on the cusp of that. Tubby, Temp, those two players have 9-4 records. If they go 10-4, then they will match Don Quavius. And because they played more sets, they will be seated higher by Khalil. So
true.
Not all cut and dry right here. This last round of matches we're running into can have a lot of shakeups for who's getting into this top 8 and where. You have a bunch of people with a 8-4 records. Roarin, Pure Boy, for example. I say a lot and then I give 2 examples. Tubby mentioned 9-4 records. Ragger with 8-3 at the moment. So that's another thing too. Ragger is currently above Roarin and Pure Boy, but if Roarin or Pure Boy wins just one more game, they'll tie Ragger's scoreline, but because they play more games to get that scoreline, they'd be above Ragger. So, a lot to consider right here. A lot going on at the moment. So we'll have to see where the dust settles. Still plenty of time to get 1 or 2 more sets in there, as everybody is either avoiding matches or scrambling to get more matches. And so we're hard-pressed to find a stream match, but Khalil's going to be riding it out to the very end.
Yeah, I will say that I'm looking down this list, and you can follow along exclamation point bracket to see it as Homa as well. And I'm happy to see how many games everyone is playing. Like, a lot of people are in like the double digits at least for like 14, 15, 16 games even on it. Dragalia went 10-6 down the line on there, got the double digit on their side in there, but they've been grinding this whole ladder on here, and that's what I love to see on here. It's like, if you even if you're not trying to get, maybe you're trying to get that top 8 spot and you're more than happy, like Don Quavius and a couple others, but I do see people like wanting to get to make sure they got the top position or get the experience that they need if they're not able to find it through other times. Maybe the time is right to try to get that and understand.
Yes, indeed. So we'll have to see just exactly what's going to come from all of this, but I'm currently just vibing out, hanging on out, enjoying time I get to spend with y'all this evening. Icebound Killer with the raid. Thank you so much for bringing in more viewers. Appreciate you, as well as for your participation in tonight's ladder bracket. It's always awesome to have a regular pull on up for even more and more sets. So thank you for that one. And y'all, again, thank you all for even watching this stream on Twitch or on YouTube, supporting Paragon FGC in that way as well. Because, what's a good time for competition without viewers? It adds a completely different atmosphere to the occasion. So thank you all for being here. Seriously.
That's a good way to spend a Friday evening too on there. Just like, if you like, maybe it's on your second screen, maybe you're on the couch, maybe you're participating on it and you're just waiting for your turn in queue on there. Or maybe you're trying to get that last little spot in there. We do have 4 minutes, actually. The clock just clicked over on me on there. So if you're trying to get in the queue, now is the time to do it. But wherever you are, whatever you may be doing, we appreciate you being here with us.
4 minutes left. Can Khalil find one more set for the stream?
The outside of that, we got... what all do we have happening this weekend? We got Boston Blue Beat for sure off the top of my head. What else in Cygames land is happening on there?
Not entirely sure. I mean, like tonight right now, got some local guys who are hosting at Akihabara Arcade for their Stay Fresh event. It's a Colorado thing, so that would have started like 56 minutes ago, pretty sure, so probably going to be more than halfway done. It's pre-Avatar weekend. That drops next weekend. Yeah. So, nothing Avatar related, which is a bummer. But here we go. One last set for the road. Somebody was asking for Galleon earlier. It's Moron delivering with the Galleon. And, of course, Akos returning. Trying to get a win on the stream this time.
And you know what? Moran is giving me my secret win on there. I've been wanting some Galleon play on this ladder, granting it to me as well. I wasn't that chatter in the chat, but I was the chatter in my heart right now, letting this intro rock here for the potentially final match of the ladder side.
Believe in victory.
All right.
One.
Getting into it for one last stream match before we get into tonight's top 8. Akos has Moron in the corner.
Oh yeah, going to catch on the follow-up in here. We're going to get another hit on the side in there into the third dance. Check with the lows.
Plus frames. Catching him at the ankles again. Moran. In full combo launch here is Akos right at home.
Did a reset on there. Right in the spot for the level 1 on there from the meteorite. Sets up another one out in there, but it's going to be the overhead from third dance. Going to get rewarded with the corner. Try to go for the anti-air. No dice. It's just going to go in there with the Starry Sky finish job, U-skill style.
Battle 2. Engage.
Oh, we try to set up the seismic and then go for a follow-up there, but Akos able to interrupt it all. Now the seal is on the ground, too far away to be of use for Moran. And another evasion there, just being counter-hit in recovery by Akos. Moran not able to find a defensive option that's really working, and now strike throw game's coming through. BC, a good choice. Drop the rock. Some plus frames to work with. And Akos just respecting all of this. I mean, you got such a huge life lead. Why take any sort of big risk until too far for the command throw?
no chance to clap the hands at the end there. It's going to be Akos taking game number 1. Morin was just a little too far away to make that happen.
Again, Akos is off to another impressive opener.
Akos was using the same pressure option on there, going in for the low each time. Most of those were being blocked or being BP'd out of the way. This time it did get the confirm, led to another situation that's going to end it in here with the set point opportunity for Akos thanks to the Skybound Art.
A perfect round as well as Akos is on a bit of a tear.
Battle 2. Engage.
Just goes in for the triple attack, no dice on it, just going to keep a plus with the Fox Flame.
Okay, Moron now actually getting some sauce with the Galleon.
Bring up the level 1 and yet again into the 6-6H one more time. End it with the Bedrock Blast and another time to reset up and realign. Get to that level 3 Meteorite actually.
Check on the throw though. And we jump over the Meteorite. Evade the BC as well. So Akos has Moran once again trapped in the corner where it feels like we spent most of the set.
One more BP taken away. Extra damage on Morin's side here. As we go in, we're just going to go right into the grab. Super Sky Bound Art is available on it from for Morin. Not going to be able to reach out with these normals coming in. Going to get the overhead coming from Akos into another throw. Finishing the job 2-0.
Yeah, and that's a hard situation to navigate. You're locked up in the corner. Yuel's in her third dance. And you're guessing high-low. Walks up to you with a throw. Life's hard. It can just be hard to have like the right defense in those moments. I mean, she's designed to open you up. You're not, you're not supposed to be blocking her. She gets that win con and yeah, Frit, get me out of here. That's too funny. I mean, maybe there was an opportunity to bust out with a reversal. Just say like, all right, I don't think they're going to be patient. Like, because Moron's defense, like the option they most used was Brave Counter. I don't really see too many reversals out from them. You had full Skybound gauge. Kind of felt like an opportunity. Like, you know what? Like, I'm not going to be able to block this anyway. Wait a moment. Lure them into making an aggressive choice to try to mix me. Let me just bust out with a super then. Maybe that was the path to victory, but that's all hindsight bias as it is. As Akos wraps up, 30 minutes of sleep. You got work in an hour.
No.
Get some rest, fam. Get some rest.
Yeah. Get
Thanks
that.
Thanks for being here, but go get some rest.
Yeah, just enjoy that pillow for a little bit. Good luck with the work on that. On there. That does, Akos getting one more win at the very end, which does mean that we are finishing off the latter portion of this Paragon Granblue number 123. That does mean we got a little bit of time. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to have our top 8 double elimination style all ready for you lined up. Don't go anywhere. And we are back, everyone. Thank you so very much for your patience here. I know it was like you got your snacks, you got your water, you got your soda, whatever you may have it, but you're sitting here in front of us. We're sitting in front of you. We're ready to talk about video games, and we're ready to watch some people fight about video games too. I'm Risky Sweep, joined here by the incredible CD Mangaka. How is it going so far?
It has been going pretty fantastic. We've had an awesome ladder bracket tonight. Awesome and ladder, that's the word I came up with there. And now we are down to our final 8 competitors here. Starting off with the top side of the bracket. Fidgeties is our #1 seed of the evening. And Dragalia, grinding out 18 matches, was able to get into the winner's side of top 8. And then you have Iago Gerates, our 2nd place seed, and Nothing, which that's some unfortunate seeding. I mean, the zoner, like the grappler getting seeded right into fighting the zoner player. Oof, Nothing. Godspeed, I believe in you. Meanwhile, in the loser side of the bracket, we do have Tubby versus J-Mom. So I think we got a double dosage of La Diva tonight, if I'm remembering my players correctly. And then Don Quavius and Ragger round out the top 8. This is all thanks to the efforts of these players putting in a lot of time, playing in a lot of games tonight in order to get the score line that was necessary to nudge out some other competitors that also had similar point value score lines. But if they didn't play as many sets, well, then they, kind of lost some spots. Again, Khalil likes to reward more play. So it's not just a matter about getting a couple matches in. I got a really good win rate. Cool, I'm locked in. Nah, you got to play games to earn a good spot in this top 8. And because it's a top 8, top half of the bracket has 2 lives to work with. The bottom half of the bracket only has a single life. So if they lose, they are out. And because of that, we're actually going to be starting with a loser side set, just so that players who have already been here for 2 hours playing in these ladder brackets, we can finally release them into the wild of the world.
Yeah, release them with everything on it to be able to enjoy the rest of it from then. But you were not kidding about the competitiveness of this, all the way down there. The people who didn't make it, there was a lot of 9 and 8s on their side, just more losses in there. Where there was actually even a question if Don Quavius would have been slowly eked out of there just because people have been playing more matches on there. Definitely had the better win to loss ratio on there, so was still considered on there, but did get moved on to the loser side of things just because of that, and that is insane to think about on there. That's why you cannot sleep once you hit that set count.
Yo, and you can't sleep on the match arena. We just went from $10 to $40 thanks to a $30 direct contribution. Pulling on up. I gotta reopen this match arena page just to give our just desserts out. Thank you, Ifrit. Thank you so much. Have a great night at work. Get that cash. And now we got Tubby versus J-Mom. La Diva on J-Mom's side. Tubby with the Zoe, as we've seen earlier. Starting off strong.
Alrighty, setting up the lightning on their fin and push away against J-Mom on the La Diva here. Trying to hold it down there into the 2M. Like always, you are always within Larry reach if you got the 2M connection from La Diva on there afterwards here. Gonna go ahead. Doesn't have a lot of dragon power to work with here. Has to find an opportunity to get that in there, get the hits where they mark it until you get lariated by J-Mom.
All right. Mom's still locked up in this corner. Tubby with a good life lead. There's the BC from Tubby, and now J-Mom answers in kind.
Dodge on there, try to approach in there with the 6XL and their triple attack low style on there, ready to block it on there, but the spinning slash going to return to the corner. J-Mom. And again, adds it up to one more time. It's going to be the first round going to Tubby.
Tubby now going to get the extension. J-Mom push towards this corner. Able to jump. Larry will connect. There's that DP that we were trying to scout earlier.
Oh, actually got caught in there with the ultimate head. But on there afterwards, so we're going to go in with the 6L, gets the 9 with the BC yet again. Too far away on it. There's going to be a whip opportunity for Tubby. Doesn't get a whole lot of it, but gets at least back into neutral.
Stagger is coming through. Tubby again down to the final breakpoint. Tries to go for a throw shimmy. J-Mom doesn't bite. Now, oh no, you got opened up by the Raging Strike. The BC is used. As Lich Daddy just comes in gifting the 10 subs to Paragon. The players and Khalil are eating good tonight. Thank you so much for the support.
Wow.
Let's keep this going.
10 gift subs all the way down there as Tubby gets game number 1. Everybody eating good on here. Like at this point, like J-Mom has got to make a change here because Tubby is running away with it right now.
Running away indeed. And don't forget, y'all, with this being top 8, it is first of 3 for every single set. So J-Mom not quite worrying about being eliminated just yet. Does have at least this next game to try and make an adjustment, or at least the beginnings of it.
Get the pile driver on here one more time. Try to reach it for it again, but you're just the U-skill DP away for the reversal option. Up in there, Skybound are in there, drop kick, 12 love coming all down, and that was more than enough to get it. And J-Mom on the round count side of things, going to get that game round number 1 there.
Getting slash, closing in, J-Mom defending. Oh, no punish on that dash heavy, missed opportunity for J-Mom. Lich dash, please! First of 10 gifted subs into $50 into the matcherino. We're up to $90.50 right now. Y'all are crazy, waiting to bust all this out for top 8. Just rubbing the salt in the wound of everybody who didn't get into this top 8. Like, yeah, you don't got a shot at any of this.
No, not all. And we still got 12 of those matcherino codes still remaining. Thank you so much to everyone who's contributed so far.
Unbelievable. And Lagoopa Goop, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. The community's coming up in force. You're giving J-Mom too much power. Like ever since all this came in, J-Mom said, I'll never lose. Nah, I'd win.
He's healing too good. His muscles getting stronger.
And Lich Daddy with the resub for 2 months at tier 3. Good God, man. The hype train is in full force. And J-Mom, I mean, she's just playing right into the Diva's wrestler gimmick. She's like, let me hear you. She's even like taking the moment, making her Oki worse to buff up the damage of the next Jewelry Sword Screwdriver. That's diabolical.
Oh, got the side switch on top of that there. Going to go with the throw. Keep it plus with the lighting. We're going to use that BC, get out of the way, at least from the corner for Reef. And you know what? The pause into a grab. Let's just do it again. We do it again.
Mix and repeat. Oh, and we just barely missed the aerial grab after that EX Jewel Resort Screwdriver. Things are popping off right here as Ifrit comes back in with another $10, giving us $175. Put it all on Fidgeties. All right, Fidgeties, you got some money on you. Go and win it.
$100.75 in there for the players here so far. That's halfway getting to a potential top 4 payout as well.
And Tay-Man Icy with the 5 gifted subs. We're reaching a new record. Is this what's happening tonight? Matcherino's gonna pop off, but we're gonna just get a record going for subs and hype trains for Paragon. Is this what I'm doing? Is this the energy I'm bringing?
The hype train is happening for both. Yeah, for real. Everyone is being extremely awesome right now. The hype train is working out in the favor. J-Mom got that last round in here. Tubby's trying to turn back the tide in here with the dragon into the 6XL. And they're bring out the buy section. Has that full stick of butter to work with on here. Just going to go in for the reset, get a little dragon power.
Yeah, the lightning here as well. Just going to jump in. We're able to wait out the BC. Oh, but there we go. J-Mom interrupts the dash up. Has the full combo as well with enough optimization, and Tubby taking an extra 30% damage. That's another round, and the game with it. J-Mom all of a sudden up 2-1 on Tubby.
And we are going back to the lobby. Maybe I'm wondering if they think it's over, or maybe we're getting
right. It could be the case. No, it is.
We are getting a character change. It's time for the Siegfried to come out.
Just gonna abandon our girl that got us in this top 8. I mean, you could tell. Look at that. Like they got the whole artwork and everything on that banner.
Victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Okay, but I respect the Siegfried color.
Oh yeah, no, get definitely the Power Ranger, White Ranger color on there afterwards here. Going to go in with the 6XM, no die. It's going to get the hit for J-Mom and blocks all the DP. Oh, that's going to hurt.
You wanted a meterless DP to deal with my strike throw? Don't mind if I do. J-Mom, please!
Excellent.
Oh no.
And again.
Back-to-back throws. Do it again, you won't.
Oh, we block it. We're blocking. Oh. We got both of those. We're going crazy now. Right into the install in here. We're gonna check out that 2M coming down the line here. Covering the track with the projectile. The Nelonov coming back in. Nothing forward here. We're just gonna go let it rip like a Beyblade. J-Bomb's there for the counter hit and the set point.
What a bold choice Tubby has made of saying, all right, the first 2 DPs and 3 BCs didn't work. Let me just go for it again. And there you go. Stubbornness does pay off here for Tubby, who is trying to equalize the head-to-head record a bit between these two. They played a total of 9 times over Granblue Fantasy versus Rising. Mostly at ParagOnline brackets, but there was one Kirby's Dreamland encounter. And J-Mom has won 6 of those 9 sets. So a bit of an advantage here for J-Mom as Tubby trying to see if this Siegfried can be the one to change it all.
A lot of far H's coming in there, but the roll away into the pile driver on bringing us down. It just goes right into the skybound. Our command grab brings the drop kick full of love and goodness into the corner.
No! It's close heavy, J-Mom! What a can of whoop ass, I'm sorry. Tubby really took game 1 and J-Mom said never again. I will never lose again. Y'all's hype train, y'all's match arena, J-Mom was like, I gotta get that money. Give me
just heard it from the win. It's like as things kept on going. By the way, thank you everyone who subscribed, who like contributed to the Matcherino, who gifted a sub and everything in between. That was incredible of you all here. Thank you so very much. And all that, you just made J-Mom more and more powerful because like as soon as that started until the end there, that was all La Diva.
I mean, taking a page out of Zangief's notebook for my adoring fans, which we were out in force with your donations, your hype trains and stuff like that. Absolutely unreal. What a way to start off this top 8 tonight. Tubby is, of course, eliminated from the top 8. J-Mom advances to take on the loser of Iago Goretza Nothing. And if the stars align, y'all, we are going to see a La Diva mirror match.
Oh, wow. You're right. You are at
the stars align.
I mean, if it does, there's a potential for that happening. It also means that depending on how things go, Iago may have double a Diva happening in the future here. As we go into our other loser side match here, we got Ragger versus Don Quavius Upper.
Believe in victory.
Yes, indeed, of course, J-Mom, the Mexico representative, if I got my country flags correctly. I'm gonna double check that, make sure I'm not absolutely incorrect. Don Quavius, first time we've been able to see them on stream, and pulling up with the Eustace. Ragger, of course, with a classic Gran here instead. Makes sense, though. Has Gran on the profile picture, so be a little devious if they didn't use the character.
Yeah, Don Quavius has been playing the Eustace for some time on there, and it shows right now the approach into the 2H. Ready for it at a moment's notice, and you're into the reset. We go trying to get the approach in there. Has to use the BC to get out of the situation. Costly maneuver.
Okay, so we've talked about like some head-to-heads here, and we had like the storyline earlier of 9 months between a rematch here. This is a rematch over a year in the making. These two have played once before. It was ParagOnline number 74 for Granblue, when all sets were first to 3. So even the latter sets were first to 3.
Nearly 50
Ragger and Don
Paragons
Quavius. Yep, 50 Paragons ago. Many moons ago. 49, I think, to be exact. Either way, Ragger and Don Quavius played. Ragger took a 3-2 over Don Quavius then.
Oh.
A year ago, and they meet in top 8 this time. Another first to 3 set. Is this Don Quavius' revenge arc?
Oh, it might be. If that is anything to tell him, we might be going the distance yet again between these two. Don Quavius doesn't want that at all, though. Has gotten into the corner, gets the confirm, into the orb one more time, trying to set up the rat race and get sniped out of the way by the projectile from Ragger.
Maintaining offense here. Ooh, big pickup. Drops it, and there we go. Don Quavius immediately finding an opportunity to hit Ragger. Gonna get a big extension. Coast to coast with the ultimate skill.
Long distance on the rat race from Pipa Plus with the use of the Flamex strike on there afterwards. Nothing on the reach out here, just trying to find a whip punish opportunity, and gets in there with the DP. The U reversal makes its mark. Game number 1 goes to Don Quavius.
Okay, but tis but the first game. If the previous encounter is anything to go by, we still got a lot more. Ragger, getting close, starting things off. Oh, Don Quavius wanted to dodge the EX boot. Did that actually open up an opportunity for Ragger to punish the recovery frames? Don Quavius' missed dodge. That dodge, however, working out pretty perfectly. Ragger is able to get the hit, deleting the rat race that was applied.
Long range on it, going to be able to get a little bit of the level up with this use. Use it immediately from Ragger's side on it, but it is going to be Don Quavius with the free approach here from the red rat race. Still active because of the orbs. Still find the trying to win approach. Had to use the U skill to get out of the situation for Ragger.
Oh, our reversal mash actually stopped Ragger's offense, but we weren't able to confirm after that far medium. So a little bit of damage left on the table. Ultimate DP. Ragger not going to hold this offense anymore.
Try to go for the EX from X strike on there. The active frames on there. He did not got punished in there from Gran. Just gonna go in, dash low.
Busting on out here, but Ragger should be able to react. No! Might have caught the run animation, I think. After all, you don't really have dash blocking in Granblue.
Right.
Look at that! Don Quavius catches Ragger on the approach. Ragger just wanted to get close enough to finish the set, but Don Quavius, with the aggressive choices, snatches victory.
You know, if first you don't succeed, do it again. Get the corner as a result. Got the confirm on there. Cannot get the connecting flight all the way up because it's a little bit too far away.
Don Quavius, though, going to take Ragger into this corner.
Get the reset on there. Red Rat Race is still available on it. Happy to throw it on the approach. Gets in there with the Rage Strike, Raging Chain, gonna spin all that BP. Game number 2 for Don Quavius.
Yo, all right. Ragger would have to complete a reverse sweep in order to steal the set from Don Quavius.
A little bit of patience on there, just trying to stop and see what Ragger may do. 2 games down. It's going to be the 2U getting the chance to get back into neutral, try to approach him. And Don Quavius just happy to stay outside the range if at all possible.
Is that far heavy interrupting Ragger's offense? Rat Race is applied. The 2U again, almost the same as that similar situation when Ragger whiffed with the EX boot, but Don Quavius not going for the dodge this time. Oh, Ultimate Fireball is going to win out on that Fireball war, and we bait the Ultimate DP. Ragger going to be able to cash out on the combo, taking this round pretty convincingly.
Don't get the cinematic. We only get the cliff notes on there as we get a round finally for Ragger on this side. We're going to go in. We think we were safe with the super jump, but Don Quavius happy to get the 2H to get into a very good situation for them.
Combo as well. And, yo, we still getting those back shots in the corner. It's kind of a crazy thing to say. And, oh, yo, bait for bait! As Don Quavius answers back, equally convincing in their round. Set point now for Don Quavius. Ragger, can you stop the 3-0?
Oh, it's looking like a possibility that Don Quavius may take it all the way down here. Loser side gets in there with the 2H yet again. Deep in there, doesn't get the follow-up.
Quavius holding space fairly well. The 5L taps Ragger a little bit. Rat Race catches a jump. Good tech from the throw. Ragger interrupts. Drops some of that 5U that he barely had stored up. Trying to get a little more going. Now we're back to the mid-screen.
I love that Don Quavius has been watching out for the charge up because knowing that Ragger is trying to approach and attack on there afterwards, just happy to back the back step away and try to see what the option is there. Gets hit with the DP on there, denies the red Rat Race for Don Quavius too.
The Rat Race is down. Ragger tries to swing, gets caught by the grenade. Not much of a confirm for Don Quavius afterwards. Jump to H. After all, it's unblockable. And Don Quavius might actually have the round and the set right here.
Think you're right. Go ahead. Big from X. No! One more touch and you would need. You're in chip damage territory potentially. You don't need
Ragger just sends it. Ragger just sends it with a DP. Either, a read that wasn't quite fully realized or just saying, yeah, I'm not winning this. Whatever it was, it has my cat very upset as I don't know why you're screaming so much, Tori. Like the furry one! Eustace won! He's got ears! Why are you mad?
That may be part of it. Like it's a territorial thing on that. Grand's a human. Grand might feed me. Grand might feed me. I don't know about Eustace.
Your feeder should have gone off! Is it not going off? Are you like, where's mom? I can't eat without mom. She's so weird. We have an automatic food feeder for her, but she will not. She'll eat some of it, but she won't eat all of it until someone is standing right next to it to watch her eat. Like, what do we do?
I can see it.
You good, girl? Are you okay? What was going on?
Our third commentator is like the cat skirting the duties on there, but like also like now trying to make you get off to like watch me eat as well. So.
Right? It's just like I am temptation. I am darkness come forth. Come on, Stormy. Just bring it over here, Stormy. Okay? Can you at least do that for me? No. Okay. Where'd you go? What is happening? I think she jumped into the office chair behind the green curtain, which pay no attention to. All right, I'm going to make a guess here that our next match is Iago versus Nothing if we get them set up, just so that we're able to not make it so somebody plays back-to-back sets.
I believe so on that. So that's usually how it goes here for the top 8 on here, which means that I mean, Nothing with the Ladiva on there. Iago potentially going to bring out the fairy on there. But like you mentioned earlier in there, Iago does have the Ilsa that they've been working on as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll see the Ilsa in this particular matchup because, like, you know, I mean, it's a game of grappler versus zoner, right? If the zoner keeps the grappler out, then, you know, they're happy. But if the grappler gets in, then the zoner is in a sad state, and Nothing is going to have to be very much aware of what defensive options Iago's going for. And, yo, throw that out the window. Nothing has a 6.
I see that. I see it on the screen along with you and everyone else on here. We got the 6 coming out of the play with the prismatic claws and everything. We're already going to go in, throw out the air projectile, and try to begin things, get this approach against Fairy.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, I like the pick. I mean, hyper-mobile character, able to also kind of play at this full-screen range, right? Kind of baiting out some of these options. You got fireballs to approach. And I mean, Nothing is going to need a counter pick like this to deal with Iago because these two have played a lot of sets, all right? 59 sets in particular. And Iago has won 52 of those.
Oh, so definitely maybe like it's like, okay, trying to find a new route on here. Like with your tools, how many of them have involved Nothing playing to 6 though, out of curiosity?
Right? Oh my gosh, we actually catch the evade forward with the close heavy slash. Not able to find a route that gets the kill off of that counter hit, so Nothing still looking for something.
On the empty hand on there, but you're going to go ahead, sneak out with the friend on there, throw out the like with the whip. Happy to go back and just see what the approach is. Has put themselves in the corner, whiffs on the throw opportunity. That means Nothing is going to take that round.
Battle 2. Engage.
Spot dodge coming in from Iago, and again with the 6XL. Can't get much else for it. Trying to go in for the delay on the overhand, and that's more than enough time for Iago to punish.
Crazy there. 6-claw execution. The frame trap does work, catching Iago pressing something. DC, just so we don't have to hold that. The micro walk forward from Iago, showcasing another option for dealing with some of these jump-ins. Sometimes you don't need to anti-air with a normal. You could just say, cool, thanks for giving me the ground.
Around is at good real estate at that point. Trying to approach in there, uses a little bit. It goes into the empty hand, uses the BP to get out of the situation. Costly on the resources coming in for Nothing. And you know what? All the friends are coming out to play. GG didn't even have to do anything for Iago to get the round.
Yeah, the close heavy was more than enough, catching a counter hit. Not sure what Nothing was trying to press. Final round here as Iago is slowly taking more and more control of the set. We jump in, dive kick comes through, and Nothing counter hit in that sequence. Nothing has a lot of life lost on this 6. Iago continuing the spacing.
On the dodge, so you go into the tech on that. But that does end the turn for Nothing. Going to get hit, confirm in here for Iago, going right back into the long range. You're going to avoid GG, but gets hit with the anti-air, and that's more than enough for Iago to close out game number 1.
I mean, nothing thinks they have the right option right there. Like, they're jumping over, like, this low attack that Iago is putting out. Okay, certainly don't recover in time to anti-air me. Nope, I do, both times. So nothing is going to have to consider actually throwing a fireball there just to check Iago, but might not even work against, like, a Beppo Sikkim. Right, just considering, like, the iframes of the move.
Hey, right. Oh, there we are. Getting in with game 2. Again, throwing out the GG, still putting it in there, and like using the parry on there to get away from GG, and actually like get the strike down, try to get that approach yet again.
There we go. Still maintaining offense. Full execution does reach. You get the wall bounce as well, so nothing has an opportunity to get quite a bit of damage. You're going to spend a brave point to optimize the combo a little bit more. Drops the Super Skybound art. Iago now down to one final point, 30% extra damage on everything nothing is able to land. And yeah, there we go.
Okay. It was the right idea, but couldn't have gotten anything in the conversion on there afterwards. And oh no, time to follow the bouncing ball. Play along at home, everybody.
All right, we do disengage, but does buy Iago screen space. You know, able to put nothing pretty much into the opposite corner. Trying to close in with that empty hand. Respect the GG. 5U just for some block string pressure. Gate of the Demons. Iago adjusting as well, jumping out of the way of that fireball. No defensive resource here for Iago. Tries to get out with a button press, but nothing. Finds the frame trap and gets the full confirm.
Battle 2. Engage.
Once again, one round, like 1 round for nothing in this second game. Trying to call it out, but you know what? The whip says no. Get back in there. The neutral jump in attack from Iago. Going to get a little bit of damage. Enough time to get the GG set up yet again. Gets clipped by the very end of it, trying to get down with the Gate of Demons.
All right, here comes the ball yet again, but this time there is no more screen space to run away from. You do block the overhead, block the 6-6 of lows. Good defense here from nothing. What's your reward, however? Does Excel to get something started?
Yeah, not a lot for that here. Tied up the BP count big, but the confirm is very lovely. Gonna go put Iago into the corner. Away, trying to avoid the whip from Fairy one more time. Vacuum with that confirm is going to be all that takes in there for Iago to tie up the round count yet again.
All right, it's been a close set. Gate of the Demons actually opens up a confirm here for nothing as we punish the 5L jab from Iago. Now you got this Fairy in the corner. We bait out the throw. However, with the spacing, the Raging Strike has to be followed up with a chain in order for nothing to complete this full sequence. So it's a point, just for more damage, but it's a really good start for nothing. However, Iago stabilizes, puts this 6 back to full screen.
So quick with the 2U on there just to really try to get around on that. And they're going to call out there with the DP, the up dog coming out into play. Going to call with the Gate of Demons. Right idea, too far away. He already landed in the time, so could not convert. Now you're going to have to deal with the bouncing ball into the GG other side. Into reset.
And the overhead!
Overhead city population. Nothing, you live there now. You overhead. You overhead for Iago.
The little cards at the top. It's like a conversation. Iago. Zoning is gap. No, says nothing. And well, right now, there's a bit of a gap in the score. As Iago's up 2-0. Nothing's been able to take us to a final round situation in both games. Had an incredible start, but just was not able to keep the offense on. Keep Iago smothered. But here we go. Again, another strong start here from nothing, but you need to be able to close this out as well. Ship brother.
Faded out on that, like from the with the backdash on here, going to be ongoing. And once again, we may be approaching what we saw in the first 2 matches on here. Nothing getting the first round. Show off that cinema. No, not quite yet. Got to do the one final confirm, and we're going to delay that for a little bit longer thanks to Iago.
Throws are coming through though. Back in the forward throw. Now Super Skybound art, so nothing is going to be stripped down to a final break point.
Oh, Iago, you might be making a liar out of me with the way you're playing right now. That's like nearly tied up here. That was a... Who resist very, can't do damage. Holy moly.
The run-up throw as well. Iago with the comeback as again, nothing. Such great starts, putting Iago into the corner, but then just one interaction and it's like lights out.
The lights are out and nobody may be home, and their use is like on the parry option on there. Doesn't get a lot for it. Going to get the confirmed triple attack from Iago. Back in there, time for GG shenanigans.
Push. And Iago into this. Corner yet again. The spot dodge is perfect. We get a no escape on that throw.
Still plus because of GG coming in for the assist.
For BC, but Iago cool under pressure. Just like that, closes it out. A 3-0 victory over nothing. It's crazy, man. We had the 6 counter pick and everything like that. Now, I did see Khalil asking like why Yosumitsu was playing on a burner account. Was that actually Yosumitsu? Or are we talking about somebody different? Because you were mentioning an in-game name, Khalil. I'm just double checking. Nice.
Yeah.
Not this set? Okay, not this set. Heard.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the
Double
shout out
check.
to Iago with the 3-0, nothing with the 6 on there, trying that out because, again, like you said, fought each other countless times from Granblue bracket to Granblue bracket. Of course, Iago now going to be sitting in the winners finals with that 3-0. Nothing. It's the potential of a Ladiva mirror coming in losers pretty shortly.
Yes, indeed. Unless, we see nothing, ride it all the way out with 6. And the thing is, like, the 6 looked good. Like, the 6 was winning.
I agree.
Early on, we were getting the opportunities to mix and open up Iago. You were getting those winning situations, but the closing out of it, right? Like, Iago just had so many comeback rounds throughout that set after nothing strong start that there's maybe just a little bit of fine-tuning that we're missing when it comes to nothing 6. So I hope to see it develop more, because I do think that, like, if you are playing a character like the Diva, you're going to have those really bad matchups. You need to have some kind of counterpick to deal with those matchups.
Yeah, and like, hopefully, like you said, hopefully we see more of that as we go in here. Continuing on the winner side of it, Fidgeties versus Regalia. We got the Vicky coming out to play versus Regalia's Narmaya as we go in with the 6XL. We're going to go in with the Marching Teeth one more time. Keep that distance, set up the cannons on there afterwards, and this is the Fidgety special to note for, ready for any opportunity on there. Has the other cannons out of the play. Nothing on the Choo-Choo Rocket from Regalia. Regalia was able to get a little punish from that.
Yeah, a little punish indeed. We're stabilizing with this corner and make it just a little more substantial of a punish route. But Fidgeties, I mean, showcasing their namesake, pressing on buttons here. I remember their crazy TNS run when Vikala was like first buff to this state. Just losing my absolute mind over this player. And so it's good to see them here pulling up for Paragon. We'll see how well they're able to take this adorable little mouse in our top 8 bracket, Regalia. Don't let it happen to you, man. Don't let it happen. Not the pixel comeback.
Oh, okay,
thank
yeah.
you.
I've actually never noticed the little gasp that Narmaya makes in the photo for the throw. That's very adorable.
Yeah, it's absolutely adorable. It's my favorite throw in fighting game. One of my favorite things as well is the stats that you can get between the players. These two have played a number of times, a total of 36. Fidgeties has won 23 of those sets. A lot of them seem to be fairly recently, though, it's been a bit back and forth. And across many events like Kirby's Dreamland, Paragon Brackets, Kame Clash, Curry Cup, these two are always throwing things.
Yeah, right now we're throwing items is what we're doing. Throwing items and teeth on there. The March Teeth trying to ring up with it one more time. Going to get the stagger, but nothing else on there afterwards. So at least pushes Fidgeties away from the cannon.
2M comes right on through. He got 4 cannons in place. So much damage as well. Fidgeties trying to optimize. Not enough to get the kill, but I mean, Regalia closes the gap, but there it is. We swing yet again. Fidgeties fidgeting. That cannon is so ridiculous now.
Oh yeah, like the ready get out of jail free card if at all possible on there. Just go in the flip, same side on there, uses the BC, try to go in, they'll be able to set it up with the every item into play, fight with it, going into the low, confirm for Fidgeties, ready for the moment.
We drop the star as well, it gives us a full pickup. Excellent awareness of the items, using the cannonball next. This combo's still going on the ground, finally a launcher.
and has a spike bomb and time with it, like multiple hits on there, has a star, like, I was thinking about it, still has the bomb available on it as we just go back into the cannon, firing away. It actually catches! Like, I'm not sure if it was the bomb or the teeth, the dormouse on there afterwards, that hit on there, but it looked like a Bomberman scenario for sure.
Believe in victory.
Unbelievable.
Battle 1. Engage.
All right, Fidgeties. Caught by the 6XM. Round start. Dragalia gets the throw as well. There it is, a shimmy. Successful. Tubby coming in with a raid. Thank you so much for supporting Paragon FC, and thanks for playing tonight.
Yeah, great
Congrats
run
on the top
on
8
here. Yeah, on to the top 8 on here as we got Dragalia going to go in with a perfect.
Okay, Dragalia, it's just a fighting game, bro.
Battle 2.
Why so serious, man? Wow.
I know, that's how I feel every time I get hit by, like, it's like die 1,000 items when it comes to fighting things sometimes.
And the cannon, some smoke bombs coming out. Here comes the pickup. Cannon in place. Look at this full extension, man. Good God.
Oh, into the reset on there, trying to get away from it with the DP, but Fidgeties wasn't hitting buttons, was blocking on it. All 4 cannons are out to play. You have to block on the star, into the throw. You're down, down, down. Around for Fidgeties.
And that's how it's done. Tied up here in rounds. Dragalia trying to get the first game win of the set. Shimmy. Successful for Dragalia. Now we got Narmaya with the corner.
What option in there? 2M doesn't make the approach on there. Gets a little bit out of the way from that, keeping them from the far range. Trying to get away from the item on that. Now having to hold it down against Fidgeties. Moves past on there, gets the confirm. We're going to go all the way to that westward corner. Eastward corner, rather. I know my directions.
And here we go. Dragalia is able to actually swap sides, gets the hit. And with that Skybound art, is going to tie up our set, one apiece.
Okay.
Believe in
Immediate
victory.
rematch in here. We're here for the long haul.
Engage.
2M barely whiffing the Fidgeties. The jump is actually able to intercept. With Dragalia off to a great start.
Caught on the ground on that, so we're going to go ahead with the duck. Try to go into a reset to the throw. No dives. Going to happen to go into a change of stance out on the play.
Run up throw while the bomb's in place. Dragalia, please. And busting right on out. Dragalia so far able to interrupt Fidgeties before the game plan can really be set. You know, denying some of the item throws, not really letting the cannons being used. Trying to play like a more suffocating game plan.
Yeah, time is absolutely of the essence on here. You do not want Sakala setting up everything up for the show for everyone to enjoy, because you're not going to enjoy it, but it's going to be entertaining nonetheless here. We get the confirm from the EX from Dragalia. Goes to the corner dirt, but gets denied. Reversal on the U skill for Fidgeties. Time to set it up into the cannon. Free fire.
Oh, the wall bounce as well for Dragalia. Skybound art. Gonna be another round and a game for Dragalia as well. Now up 2-1 on Fidgeties, just like that. The momentum is completely shifted as the both players are just right back into it. No hesitation.
Locked in. No surprise in there from Fidgeties on the Vakala. As we're here, we're going to go in with the dash L coming into play. Cancel, like, changes it out for the throw. We're going to force the BC to come out for Fidgeties.
Game throw. Oh, massive jump in, able to punish that Setsuna. Fidgeties down to a single breakpoint. Has to be very careful about this, but look at that. The positioning of the cannons, the bomb, the items. Working out to give Fidgeties a long ground combo with some great damage on the air extension.
Dragalia still has that Skybound art available on it. Trying to jump over it with the spike ball. Has another available on it afterwards here. Really put a damper on the way things are going to go for that approach. We're going to go in with the transient again.
Dragalia, though, with that 2M in the Raging Strike. It's a big combo. Drops the restand, and that means Fidgeties live for just another moment. The throw does come through, rectifying the situation. And Dragalia now at set point.
There we go. We're already backdashing away, trying to approach the dash option coming in from Dragalia. Double stars. Other as we go in there, trying to ring that door the mouth one more time. Going to block into the BC. Actually keeps Vigides closer to the cannons as a result.
2M is going to be able to intercept. We have the spike as well. Vigides, it's a nice long combo. Pulls the star, sends it in the cannon, but the Setsuna interrupting.
Interrupting Setsuna. No one expects that on there. And trying to go in there. Far before Ray, you reacted to that with the Mario 2 rocket coming out into play.
Stars in play, but it went into a cannon, was facing the wrong direction. Dragalia, not interrupted by it at all, has Vigides in this corner. 100% Skybound Gauge is saving it for the next hit, gets it right there! And that is it, a 3-1 victory for Dragalia over Vigides, who now falls to the loser side.
Yo, I want to give that a gymnastics score of a 10. Just happy to flip over the rocket before it reaches out of there. Just preemptively expected that to come out in the last desperation moment. Good stuff from Dragalia.
Very good stuff indeed. I mean, so many little things in there, like Vigides was so great at using the items that were in the rotation, and sometimes too, like the item rotation was just absolutely nuts. It's like, what do you mean you animated with a star, pulled a heart, and a second star? I think that was the sequence anyway. I do know there was star, heart. The third item was also quite useful. And from that point on, like, I felt like Dragalia was like, I've had enough of your RNG crap, and was able to just stop so much from coming on through. I mean, like the full screen ultimate Setsuna, the transients, right? Just interrupting before the item could leave Akala's hand to then become an active hitbox to go into the cannon to control the screen spacing. I mean, just an exciting set, to say the least. And Dragalia just really stepping into like their own to deny Vigides, because Vigides has had a lot of set wins recently over Dragalia, but Dragalia fighting back a little bit, you know, trying to equalize that win record. So, and now we move on back to the lower side of the bracket, to losers quarterfinals, where y'all ready for some wrestling?
Yeah. Title match incoming here. We got Nothing versus J-Mom on the card here. We don't know what the end result is going to be, but it's going to be a slobber knocker.
Absolutely. These two have played a handful of times. If I can do the math correctly, it's a total of 43 sets. J-Mom has the win record of 24-19, so 56% win rate to 44. It's a close set, but J-Mom off to a great start. Last time these two played, last two times actually, J-Mom has beaten Nothing without dropping a bit.
Ultimate headbutt too far away on it. That's going to give J-Mom in the brown wrestling gear the first round.
Battle 2.
All right, battle number 2 incoming right now. Reach it out there. You know that you're just short 2M away into a lariat situation here. The 6XL coming in from J-Mom on there, trying to keep it down with a double headbutt in there. Das Boot. Reach it out one more time here. One BP left in here for J-Mom, but it's going to be Nothing with the conversion and the side switch on top of everything else on here. Going to go ahead and bring about a little bit of love to get him just a little over half of that health bar for Nothing's advantage. And one more time, the confirm in it. Uses the last, like another BP on here, trying to finish the job, but the combo limit's going to hit first.
Battle 3. Engage.
Respectable neutral in here. We're trying to see where we can approach on there, but it's going to be the follow-up on here from 6XL to J-Mom. Gets the 9 on here. One BP used each on here. Nothing with the confirm all the way in the corner. You know what that means. Going to go ahead, bring it on down. A little bit of pause, like trying to check you out with the strike into the command grab situation. Nothing does have SBA on the menu. J-Mom does have a use skill available. Not that they may have a chance to use it on here, thanks to the 2M into the lariat. Try to use it one more time. Then you've got one more interaction to go in this situation, because the compliment gets away from the drop kick and turns around the tables on there. Gets the referee, call it. It's definitely not going to be a 3, but I'm going to claim it in good wrestling style on that. Goes in for the U-skill headbutt on there. Nothing going to take game number 1.
Believe in victory.
Nothing fighting back. Trying to stop the little win streak that J-Mom has built up in their last couple of encounters. On both sides. Okay, guard crush with the lariat. BC spent early by nothing. Runs up, gets the throw. It's time for some mix. Pressure.
Chest on there, gets it confirmed yet again from J-Mom. Gonna go ahead and take over the left-hand side. Into the combo limit we go. Actually gets on the way up with the 2, like with the confirm on there on the 2H. We're gonna go with, like, set it deck down with a chunk up damage, but we're already up in the air. No command grab for you.
Nothing is able to get in. And now it's J-Mom's turn. BC spent. 1 point left for nothing. 0 for J-Mom. Honestly, next hit wins. So who's finding it? Plus frames. J-Mom blocking it out. Gets caught low, trying to walk back. And nothing.
Anyway, it's going to be nothing on there. One more touch.
Nah, man. That's how it was. We're just going to, end this real quick with one more throw. Respect the grappler way.
Only one way to play between these two, and it's through thick and thin with the violence. Nothing on the 2U option on here, having to hold it down, but we've not for very long. We try to get in there with the confirm. We're bouncing off. That's going to give J-Mom a full opportunity to get a punish.
Alright, J-Mom though, able to complete this combo out with the headbutts. Into the Raven Strike and Chain. It's a perfect as well. Unbelievable.
Battle 3. Engage.
Big anti-air here coming in from J-Mom. Now we actually get a side swap too, porting nothing towards his player 2 corner. Yo, I thought we were going to see another anti-air. I would have lost my mind, but instead nothing gets in.
Totally thought that. Yeah, totally thought that as well on here, but we're going to go in right back in. We do have the corner in on the favor of nothing. We're trying to push away from that a little bit, just finding that one opportunity with the 2M there. You know they're both like trying to look it out.
There it comes through. DC spent very aggressively by J-Mom. Nothing will also spend. 30% extra damage for both of these players as we're just sort of walking in and out of range. Last spray point spent by J-Mom. You got to hold the rest of this pressure. Nothing will reply in kind. It's an extra 50% damage, and nothing is going to take that discount all the way to the bank. Going up 2-0 on J-Mom.
Just like that on it.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
We're engaging one more time on here. Nothing on the jump in on it, just trying to approach it. We're going to win the DOS boot, trading on it. I can show you the edge of my soul as well. On there, I'm going to use that BP to get into the corner, gets the 6XL, but goes into a command grab afterwards.
All right, J-Mom off to a strong start here. The aerial throw finisher. Catches nothing, Preston on the wake up, so this is going to be a quick round for J-Mom.
Not out of it yet. Keeping alive.
Battle 2. Engage.
Cat is very upset that we're watching grapplers.
Cat has like archetype preferences, I see. Far away on the first headbutt, tried to approach on there afterwards. A little light punish in there coming from nothing, but it's going to be turned around right for J-Mom.
Whoopa, we get the jump in here. J-Mom now. Starting to make a lot of effort in this comeback. Builds up this SBA. Got to be something to threaten on the next interaction. Nothing blocks it out. You jump, trying to just sort of call out any reversal throw J-Mom could provide. Old headbutt. The lariat completely whiffs as J-Mom is still crouching.
Right. And just when you thought it was back and forth all the way through here, getting another one out in the play. Trying to see where we go. We're pausing on it before we get into that rematch here. The mirror continues.
Mirror does continue indeed. And we're going to buff up the command throw as well. J-Mom, the momentum has completely swung the other way. The ultimate throw follow-up. It's a perfect.
Battle 2. Engage.
Ryu comes through. What a spot dodge, calling out the Brave counter. Immaculate play there from nothing. But J-Mob reversals. We've reached this point. The low connects. J-Mom. Just like that, it's a game 5 brawl. What else would you want from a battle of La Divas?
Oh, I got so hype, I accidentally muted myself in there. I am so sorry on that. What a play!
I was wondering why you were quiet. Why you were quiet.
My bad on that. But like, I was like,
Mongaku, quit talking over me, you dick.
I was like, what's going on? It's like, that's why it's just too hype. It's just too hype. I'm just screaming into the void that is my room and getting excited for this match here. Game 5 incoming.
Game 5 incoming. Who's the stronger La Diva tonight?
Is it now? Actually, chat brings up a good point. Is it going to be the Diva? Are we switching up here? Or are we going full mirror all the way through?
I don't think we're gonna see the switch up here. I think nothing is just like, okay, the momentum's slipping away. Apply some ice to this real quick. Kind of reset the pace. Because I think if knowing from what I know of nothing, I should say, La Diva's been like their character,
right?
And I think like they've accepted like, okay, if I'm going to make deeper runs in tournaments, I need to have counter picks for bad matchups. So you're namely playing 6 into fairy, right? Like you're trying to specialize in that one matchup to then, reduce like the mental clutter. I don't think you're going to be switching off of this one. We do see a color swap off of the red La Diva.
Oh, make it harder for us. I see how it is on here. We got the dark brown versus the light brown on here. J-Mom in the same colors on here, taking over that corner, trying to go in for another command grab. I felt it in my bones on there, but nothing. Going to respawn and kind use skill lariat back into the neutral with the follow-up. Actually going to get the right-hand corner.
Yep. That's one thing crazy thing about La Diva. Her combo game is immensely powerful and potent. She's with tons of corner carry, so she's able to get you into... Oh, you block it out. What a spot, brother! J-Mom, you doing it too?
You see on there, 1 DP left in for nothing. Trying to go in there with the lariat. Gets denied into the spot dodge from J-Mom. Set point for J-Mom.
Momentum entirely in J-Mom's way. A 3rd set victory in a row is on the horizon. Nothing. Are you able to find the answer now? Yo, J-Mom just being aggressive with these expenditures. Does not want to give nothing an inch.
I would
Unless they take a mile.
I completely understand on that. And you know what? Respawn and 9 command grab going full Greco-Roman style on it. You skill headbutt. We're trying to get away from the grab, and we do thanks to the backdash on it. Nothing has a little bit of life at this point.
It's extra 30% damage as well because J-Mom was so aggressive with the Brave counters. Nothing blocks it out. Gets the hit. J-Mom has to hold all of this now. And strikes keep on coming. It comes down to this one final round between our La Divas.
All the way to this point here. And we go in 6XL to start things out for nothing. La Diva, she's going to go try to push away a little bit forward in here into the command grab. Get in the corner. Try to set it up for the long range with the kick on it.
Huge opportunity here for nothing. J-Mom, you're gonna start spending those Brave points. Nah, it's gonna be the Skybound gauge. We wake up with the ultimate headbutt. Nothing spends. Just a couple of hits. Nothing too crazy for J-Mom yet.
Banging her head, but we're not finding anything from it on both sides. But this grab going up into the sky, bring out the speed lines, anime style one more time. UWC too far away for the command grab. Going to give J-Mom a chance on here to get all the way to the corner here. Has a U skill potentially on deck to use if they want to tie things up. Doesn't need it yet. Yet just goes command grab style.
Command grab style. Check a throw. Bait out the BC. We try to jump out thinking that a throw is coming, but instead it's the headbutt. Nothing ends the win streak of J-Mom in this head-to-head and advances on to losers semis, the strongest Ladiva of tonight's bracket.
Yeah, shout out to J-Mom for that day, a riveting battle between it all the way down to the very, very final round on that. Nothing going to be moving on, but what a play. What a play.
What a play indeed. And with that, Nothing gets their 20th tournament win over J-Mom. It's only a set difference of 4 between the two now in their careers. So absolutely crazy to see. And now we're still in loser side. We still got a losers quarter set to go.
We still got more to go. We're not even at winners finals yet here. We got at least one more match before we get to that point. It's been an absolute blast here so far, though.
Indeed it has. And we're about to see some more blasts, too, because Vikala's coming back on screen with all of her cannons. So she's going to be blasting away as it's going to be Vikala from Fidgeties versus Don Quavius's Eustace. A little more straightforward with the gunslinging. And the nades and the bombs and stuff.
Yeah, still going to have to deal with the long range of the cannon, especially when Fidgeties gets in that item RNG. Like, I saw someone in the chat saying, like, Fidgeties has the Game Shark. No, it has the Game Rat. The video Game Rat is on the screen right now, and Fidgeties has full, complete control. Not at the moment, though. Don Quavius gets the hit. We're going to go all the way to the corner. Red Rat Race time.
Yep, and so this is actually, funnily enough, the second time these two have played ever. The first time being earlier tonight, as Khalil points out that Don Quavius beat Fidgeties 2-1 in the ladder, and so now Fidgeties pulling up saying, all right, but first a 3-me.
Okay. Long range on the Red Rat Race, like holding it down until a Flamet Strike or any orb comes that way. Actually gets dissipated at that point here. Going to go in with the long range confirmed. Enough time to set up the double cannons, double spike balls and everything. Don Quavius not biting.
Oh, but Don Quavius does connect with the Raging Strike against Fidgeties, and because it was a raw hit, not a block, there's no opportunity to escape with a Brave counter. Don Quavius is going to take round 1 off of that.
Early on the Flamex Strike, going to avoid on the Red Rat Race. No sticky on at this point.
Picture, lasts longer. Cannonball, spike ball afterwards.
And Captain on there, holding down, like keeping up the plus range, try to roll out of the way and get hit with the confirm into the cannons. Out there, Fidgeties has the SBA to work with. Don Quavius on the super Skybound art, and we're going to go ahead, maybe use it here as the approach on here. The standard Skybound art takes away 1 BP.
But Fidgeties is going to take away the rest of Don Quavius' life with that reversal mash. Tying up our round count here in the first game.
Orb Strike 1 going in. Going to go catch in with the overhead on that triple attack. Trying to find like an approach in there with the super jump. Does get the triple attack confirmed into the assault knife. One more time, going the reset situation. Just trying to go in for throw. Nothing on there. Good tech from Fidgeties.
There's a spike ball in play, but not much that is going to do unless you get something started. And the Rat Race is there! Intercepting. The user's like, listen, I only need 1 item. Old reliable Rat Race.
Yeah, switching out from the green to the blue on there a little bit later as well on here just to get the stun on top of that here. Backdash, getting away. Actually using the Flamex Strike to kill the spike ball, it looked like, on there.
Yeah, but now you're going to have to hold all this. But there he goes, another perfect Flamex Thunder just interrupting as it seems like Don Quavius is, much like we saw earlier from Dragali, is able to find like the gaps in the zoning from Fidgeties and just fit in the perfect projectile. And look at that, actually, the Flamex Thunder again being like a superior projectile to Fidgeties.
Believe in victory.
Yeah, happy to be able to throw all that out there, just negate some of those item effects. We try to go in there with the jump in to start things off, and a big 2H from Fidgeties going to start off game number 2.
Trying to bait something out with that jump. Fidgeties has another heart in play, could restore life. But no, instead Cannonball. Shimmy, not falling for it.
We try to roll out of the way, but you're still in the range of the star on it. And you get it with the follow-up on here. Still has the items out into play there. You are going into the Rainbow Richie Blackmore style at the very end. Round 4 Fidgeties.
Battle 2. Engage.
Good so far. Counter hit's gonna come on through with the frame trap. Spike ball in play. Cannonball and spike ball, but Doc Wave is just gonna bust out. Not even the ultimate DP, just the version that had no invincibility. Just wanting to have a poke that reached far enough that led to a knockdown. Fidgeties, just like that, pushing him right back in. Pulls a heart. So he's gonna have to do the combo with the rest of Nico's skills. Until the star comes up in the back. Super Skybound, or Skybound R comes through.
And jump out into place there. But the Doc Wavius has the Super Skybound Art territory available on here. Try to like tap into the throw, gets teched out of the way, but the confirm yet again. That's going to be game two rather. Game number one on the one game for the side of Fidgeties on their 1-1.
1-1 so far. All right, slow kill, able to interrupt Fidgeties' round start of cannons. So we're seeing that, Usis in this matchup, at least, with that Flaming Thunder, is able to deal with some of Fidgeties' options, right? Like the Ring the Dormouse, not quite as effective against in a race between itself and the Flaming Thunder, it seems. Expect the bomb. We'll try to sneak out of the Flaming Thunder. Fidgeties now just throwing everything here, hold these rodents.
Start to see where the Red Rat is coming from on there and have the distance on there to approach with the Skybound Art, and they're avoiding that orb altogether. Significant life deficit for Doc Wavius' side.
Double stars and Doc Wavius. Yo, you can SBA, so can I, but alas, the star!
Stars, no stripes on there. Fidgeties going to get the win out on that. Getting the approach in there with the 2M early on, and the first signal 2M, try it again. Tried it for a third time, in fact, on there. Doc Wavius found that opportunity to strike.
Cannonball in place. Second cannonball. I mean, Fidgeties really enjoying the improved RNG that Cygames and Arxis gave Vicola. Don't forget they did adjust some of that so that her better items are more often in rotation than her bad ones.
When did she get the blue shell from Mario Kart? I just don't know.
Well, there you go.
Jumping out there with the marching teeth on their ring, that Dormouse, but it's going to be the boot. Getting hit from Doc Wavius, going to take over that left-hand corner.
Try to roll through. Fidgeties will spend a brave point. Resupplies the cannons. Tons of grenades, tons of spikes. Hold these chattering teeth. And there we go, right? With all of those projectiles in play, then the Flaming Thunder not as effective. Veggies taking control of the set slowly. And off of this combo is going to avenge the 2-1 loss in the ladder bracket earlier, but this is still a 1-3 set that both players are just right back into it.
That's right. Got to do at least one more in the scenario on here with the trade. Both players are going for the throw in there afterwards. Happy to jump back, avoid the red rat race altogether, but not the assault knife. The low one approaching a little bit closer than maybe Fidgeties was ready for.
Sending out the teeth first. The star's coming back, and just before it makes contact, Fidgeties connects with a throw. And okay. Ultimate Ring the Dormouse saying, all right, if I just spend some meter, let's see what your Flaming Thunder does now.
Does plenty of meter to work with. It's building back up here. Could be into a Skybound Art situation on here one more time, but Doc Wave is still held down on the corner. He's vertically spinning rats. The spike balls, 4 rats in play.
This is Rodent Rhythm, suffocating as it is. Doc Wavius buys himself some space. We're away from the cannon. The slow kill, but the teeth! The teeth, they come up, they bite, they march on!
Yeah, they keep on coming. They don't stop coming on here. Happy to be able to throw it out. Gets hit with the red rat race, but going in with the stars, balancing on, at least giving the corner back to Fidgeties one more time, and the counter hit, the red sparks flying and everything.
Oh, but what a 2U out there from Doc Wavius, interrupting Fidgeties' offense. But just like that, Fidgeties finds their own reversal mash. Cannon has a star in play, so runs up. Says, all right, I can't use the cannons just yet. Evasion again from Dawn. However, Fidgeties interrupts. It's a set point. Dawn's trying again with the CQC. It works.
Lead in the BP as well from that on there. Trying to go in with the jump. Red rat race holding it down, trying to fade down the option on here. Keeps a plus because of the strike on there afterwards. But now I have to deal with the item charade coming from the parade.
The slow kill not going to work out. Not fast enough. Ultimate Dormouse. Donkwavius taking as many hits. Gets the perfect roll to stay alive! Not quite in chip kill range, I don't think. So Donkwavius had to make something happen before Fidgeties was able to set up a checkmate situation. Unbelievable clutch play from Donkwavius. Final round.
Really a work of art in that roll on here, but work of arts don't lead to a victory all the way through here. Still having a fight against Fidgeties in this moment. A little bit of items getting thrown out for Fidgeties' side here as the red rat race is still available, going to be taken away because the Ring the Dormouse, the U-Skill version of that, is going to strike.
Checking under the high Ring of Dormouse. Double the stars. Smoke. And again, just the run-up throw from full screen. Marching teeth.
Stars. Red, okay. Good to get the confirm, but can't get the throw afterwards. Beautiful spot dodge on here. And that is going to be it for the 3-1 for Fidgeties.
The latter loss was avenged. The first of three was successfully captured. Fidgeties advances on into top 4. And thus nothing will have to deal with yet another zoner. You can see the pass right here once Khalil presents the updated graphic real quick. In the winners final, it is going to be Dragalia versus Iago Garates. In losers semifinals, it is going to be Nothing versus Fidgeties. Of course, that happened because J-Mom was able to beat Tubby 3-1, but then lost to Nothing 3-2. Donkwavius was able to 3-0 Ragger, but then fell to Fidgeties 3-1. Of course, up on the winner's side, we saw Dragalia 3-1 Fidgeties earlier, while Iago Garates 3-0 Nothing, who had an admirable attempt with a pretty well-developed 6, but wasn't able to get anything there. And Khalil gets the bracket update. It seems like it was broken. He had it ready. I believe it. Some things freeze all the time.
Yeah, and that means that like you can follow along if you want to see the path on there, see what standings were on the ladder. You can look at it and the pinned like for StartGG/Paragon PARGB on that, or look at exclamation point bracket. Do want to give a quick reminder while we're waiting for our next match here. We still have 6 Matcherino codes remaining on here. We've had some very generous contributions in the Matcherino on there. Again, shout out to Ifrit with the $10, Lich Daddy with the 50 on there, Ifrit also with the $30 a little bit ago as well on there. So we have 101 currently in there, but we have 6 of those codes remaining. So we can add easily another $1.50 to that to help pay out the players just from free contributions alone, just hitting that claim code button. Exclamation point Matcherino.
Yes, make sure y'all get in there, finish off those codes. Just because some generous donators came through does not mean we should be slacking on our community duty to claim all those codes. We're entering in our top 4. We're going to be seeing the end of this bracket as it comes around. Of course, starting off with Dragalia versus Iago. Pulling up the player data right now. Again, one of those matchups
that's a classic.
Yep, it is indeed a classic. And I can tell you exactly how much of a classic that actually is once we get this all loaded up. God damn. All right, these two so far tonight have the most history of all the players that we've seen. And it's a close one. It is very close. Let me see if I can do some math real quick, y'all.
Yeah.
76 sets played between these two. 76.
That's a lot.
That's
one too many lots. That's a lot.
39 wins for Iago. 37 wins for Dragalia. A difference of 2 sets. There's potential to even this out tonight.
You are indeed right on that here. And we are starting things off with a surprise here. Dragalia on the Sandalphon to begin things against Iago's Fairy.
You know, I can see the reason behind this one. I think you just have some more options for approaching with the Sandalphon. You got a Fireball to potentially contest Iago's zoning. You know, I mean, you have like a makeshift Fireball with the Setsuna, but it doesn't have enough range. Like, by the time that you're in Setsuna range, you're already in, like, all of Fairy's normal ranges. So I think Dragalia is trying to make an adjustment here. Not to mention, too, that you do have some other potential play. I already see that is coming out. And we go for the Earth element, actually, just to really try to control space in full screen. Again, recently reworked so that it's more of like an anti-zoning Fireball than it was like the let me reset my pressure Fireball. Currently waiting for the next opportunity right here. Just 5U. That situation doing some chip damage. Dragalia does get clipped a little bit. Able to dodge on through, and you can see that Dragalia is trying to mix up when we're going for these Fireballs with the stance. from Santalafon, and we bait out a very early ultimate Beppo, so that now plenty of damage. Regalia has the corner, plus frames. The shimmy, super effective. We've seen this work against Iago earlier in tonight's top 8. And Regalia showing up strong with this Santalafon counterpick.
Battle 2. Engage.
And the fireballs, the first in line to fade back. And this time, Regalia actually mixing up the elements, going for the fire version instead of the earth. Optimizing for damage, it seems. Good spot dodge. Big jump in with that JU. Couple of hits, but not much more than that. You do lose out on a chance to get Oki as well. Spot dodging still. Regalia pushing this corner. Iago just taking chip damage for free. Oh my god, that JU not quite reaching. Iago gets the hit. Nice air-to-air for Regalia. Runs up, goes to the shimmy yet again. Closes the gap. It's a full wall bounce, so should be able to equalize the life totals here. Water as well. Okay, Regalia giving us a showcase of most of the elements right now. Has to hold this pressure. Iago's going to set up another mix-up here. BC's at the perfect moment.
It doesn't get rid of the ball, though.
Push in line, not going to reach. Iago intercepts.
Battle 3. Engage.
Spot dodge a little bit early on that. Gonna get nothing for it, but we're gonna get a snipe away the GG at that point just to get the approach change over the fire element.
Trying to evade through as well the jump, but again, very so quick to recover that by the time that your jump is about to connect, the Beppo Sikkim comes out.
They get the hurt box of that whiff early on there from Regalia. Doesn't get anything forward there. Enough time to send out the EXGG. And I like the call out, just back away. Firing off the projectile before GG could even fire off. Does get the hit, and the tech coming in from Iago.
Regalia closed the gap, but Iago once again created the space. Checking these forward evasive rolls. First in line, just trying to connect with something. Able to block that low just in time. BC, once Iago got into range and committed that 5U, another break point spent by Iago. Regalia needs something explosive in order to save this game.
You know, it at least has the extra damage on their side if they can get it. And the keyword is if they can get it. Try to use that BP of P one more time on that. It got a little bit sniped out by Iago.
Sniped out they are as Iago with that far M catches Regalia. Taking game 1. We stay locked in with the Santalafon. I think the theory is working out. It's just coming down to some of the execution.
Gets Spence, doesn't make his mark on there. Nothing on the GG afterwards, just trying to keep this long range on here with the follow-up. Canceling out on there just to get a little bit of the approach in there, but here comes the win. Going to get a little bit of extra versatility with that Santalafon.
Close in and Iago swings. There's that ultimate fireball. This time the meaty jab, so a swing comes through. We're going to drop the element as well.
Unfortunate on the whiff grab opportunity. Had to switch over to the water element. Doesn't get anything on the orb.
Try to reach with that running lights, but Iago's just out of range. And now, Iago's going to close out this round. Regalia losing a little bit of that patience that really marked that first set.
And throw it out, go into the whip projectile.
What a backdash, evading the fast movement of Wind. Self connects.
Here we go. Almost working up into it, get the combo reset, switches out to the water element. Not going to get anything from it, just from the up dog.
It is running lights reaches, and the water is there to stabilize and extend the combo.
See the whole cinematic right now. Slice and dice all the way through. Take away one of those BP. Try to set it up on the follow-up. It looks like it's getting start of the first part with the projectile coming out in the play. Couldn't get it out because Iago was quicker on the trigger.
Strike and chain is going to be the combo limit knockdown. Regalia blocks low. Into that fuzzy high. Barely misses with that brave counter. Applies water. Going for the slow fireball. But Iago's able to poke around it. Evade the GG, but the water trades. Shimmy doesn't work. BC the Zoran strike before it can be used.
Oh, unfortunate. The U-Skill GT is coming up and say, hi, pet me, pet me, pet me. Give me the round, please. Iago up 2.
Such a close round right there. Dragalia just, going into that first in line that then walked forward into the ultimate GG, triggering it. Dragalia says that the experiment is over. I'm going to try and do this with my Narmaya.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Long hill, tall hill to climb rather on that at this point, but nothing that these two, like I said, was 76 matches prior to, is that correct?
76 matches prior to this set, 51% win rate for Iago, only 2 set difference in terms of their head-to-head differential. Iago looking at making it 3 here, but Dragalia with an Armaya has Iago cornered.
Try to go for it again. This time, up dog U reversal coming out into play. Gets the Setsuna. This time, the second one does connect the dots on here, and you have the Skybound to make it work here. Dragalia with the Trident and True Narmaya going to get the round.
Now, one thing that's different about the Setsuna in this matchup, right, is I mentioned before that the range is going to be inferior compared to Silence Fireball, but the speed for Narmaya Setsuna is going to make a difference here, right? Because like if Dragalia is able to find a moment where Iago isn't like preemptively zoning, then Dragalia can snipe out with that Setsuna and potentially get like a little bit of pressure, a knockdown, maybe even a combo if we're close enough to the corner. However, the flash just out of range. Iago able to reset the positioning.
Really snuffed out on the opportunity there. Like dodging away from the Setsuna coming in from Dragalia. Still can't get away from the orb into this follow-up in here, and suddenly we're on one more touch into the overhead. All perfect for Iago and a set point incoming.
And this feels like we've already had the duality of this matchup fully expressed to us here. Dragalia pretty much in firm control that first round, but then Iago just blitzing through round 2. Very much like, all right, who's able to get to their win con and their ideal range first? And well, you start the match at Fairy's range pretty much.
Oh yeah, no, everything is Fairy's range. Everything that can touch with the whip on there, vacuums it up with the U-Skill on top of that here. Time for GG to come out one more time. Balance on the head, into the corner we go. Has a U-Skill available on it for the one last interaction. Super Skybounder available for Dragalia.
Oh, but that ultimate Crescent Moon actually able to escape the GD setup. Catch Iago pressing a button. Running the offense right now. Iago going to be conservative with the defensive options. Still has full Skybound gauge, so could bust out with an ultimate Beppo. Dragalia just trying to get close enough. The Transit's not going to reach. Ingrid Spark dodge, and once we see that Dragalia is giving us more space, the SBA comes out.
And it's not going to even reach on the ball, and that is the whip going to come striking down as Iago takes that 3-0 for the winners finals.
I mean, I got to say this. I know that the Sandalphon didn't get results, but it definitely looked a lot more of a stable matchup where there was a lot more back and forth, whereas once the Narmaya came in, it was all Dragalia or all Iago. And well, if you want to play that game, if you want to go gambling and call heads or tails, you can do that one, but I'm hoping that Dragalia is able to kind of just take that set as data and then maybe come back from the loser side for a potential grand finals run. But we have to see. We got 2 other competitors vying for a spot in that grand finals. From loser side is going to be Fidgeties up against Nothing to start us off.
Yeah, that's right. That means like we got Nothing come in. We've seen the 6 come from Nothing a little bit ago as well. But like also on the Ladiva, going to have to fight against Fidgeties with the Ficala on there. This is not an easy matchup for Ladiva on there, especially with the way that like the items that Fidgeties has on their side.
Yes, indeed. And now we also got to see if Nothing has prepped 6 that covers both the Fairy matchup and the Vicala matchup. Or if it's just, this is my Iago counter pick. I haven't gotten as far as considering Fidgeties just yet. Haven't labbed out this matchup, so we're going to have to see exactly. But going into this one, these two also have quite a bit of history. 39 total sets played. Fidgeties has won 32 of those sets. An 82% win rate to 18. About what you would probably expect from a zoner into command grappler matchup.
Right.
Honestly. So we have to see what Nothing has planned for tonight. I mean, these two just played 10 days ago, actually, in 121 for the Granblue bracket, so 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
And that one 2-0 Fidgeties in the ladder.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love the longevity that I've seen from like people fighting each other time and time again on these online brackets, and they're like basically like hungry for games for one, and also trying to get the game, trying to get that knowledge, and trying to get better at it, like between our competitors on that. So the way you do that is like you face your opponent, you get to that spot again, and then you come with the approach on there. You get more data, you get more game plan, and then you fight further. And of course, we see that game plan coming together. Nothing on the 6 again against Fidgeties.
イエーイ
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Engaging already from the beginning. Are we going to go ahead? Dodge over the ring to go mouse. Here comes the parry. Nothing on them. We're just going to backdash away. But Fidgeties is only a 2M away from still getting that approach.
Bombs into Star into Spike Ball. Finally a little bit of levity here as we get the eggshell. Oh, Thunder Flash. It's called out, and this is a lot of damage here for Fidgeties off of that heavy. Skybound engage as well. Skybound Art, excuse me.
Arts with the teeth one more time. Nothing still has a full bar to work with on here if they can get the confirm in there. But the spot dodge from the use kill empty hand is going to keep him in the corner.
Thunder Flash will connect this time, so nothing is able to slide swap, but you're sandwiched between all these cannons, not able to punish until we get the opportunity to dodge. A Raging Strike. Fidgeties was going for that Brave counter. Oh, but look at that. Immediately ready for the clash with the throw. Quick reflexes from Fidgeties. Nets around win.
Help from the mousy friends on there afterwards.
Punishing the dodge.
Bouncing out away. Clean getaway, but not for very long. We're just leapfrogging over each other on it. Get the 2M, but not anything on the item on there afterwards. Nothing more than ready, just a bounce back on it. And 6 does have those options to be able to get away from that, especially with like empty hand and beyond. But going to get this confirmed all the way into this. We're going to see the cinematic. Is this enough on the kill? I think we got one more interaction.
Yeah, guess for game here. Strike throw. Fidgeties guessing correctly so far, just blocking out the strikes. Gonna drop the Super Skybound Art as well. Take this 6 to a concert.
Oh yeah, wave the pin lights around right here.
Excellent.
Oh, but the back throw, nothing. Going for a defensive wake-up option. Catches Fidgeties, and now it's final round here.
Battle 3.
All you need on here. Might approach in there, ring the Dormouse. Like Gate of Demons does catch like up in the air with the 6-6L opportunity coming in from 4-0, but still having to hold the ground against the bombs coming in. Backdash
What a
on
call out
it.
there.
Yeah, Fidgeties has been actually starting to approach on that, like we said with the backdash follow-up on there. Has been trying to approach the 6L each time. This one getting the mark on here, but the empty hand is going to force the crouch confirm on there, so going to get a little bit extra damage.
Crazy wake-up option as well from Nothing. Basically just a hard call-out on that throw. Nothing is going to get pushed Fidgeties into the corner. Not going to be able to build. Excuse me, I lied. We build up to the Super Skybound Art, or the SBA rather. Cash it out, and Nothing takes a game, the first one rather, off of Fidgeties. And now that is a bit of a big deal, because excluding a DQ that Nothing had from a Kame Crash, right? In the last 4 sets these two have played, Nothing has not taken a game off of Fidgeties. It gets even crazier when you also consider that Fidgeties is on a 12-set win streak on Nothing.
Okay, all right. So anything you can get to build that up to get that first of 3. Right now, that's not happening right now. That was just all Vicky all the time for Fidgeties.
Battle 2.
But the 12 set streak on there. If Nothing could break it with the 6, that would be incredible.
It would be incredible indeed. This all starts actually at the online local in November of last year. Winners finals and grand finals where Fidgeties beat Nothing in both of those sets. And then it was Paragon 92, Kirby's Dreamland 40, TNS Arc World Tour event in December, Curry Cup 37, Paragon 103, Paragon 105, 106, Kame Clash 19, Chipped Out 18, and Paragon 121. Those 12 events, all those sets, Fidgeties win.
Oh, hold on. We acted on the fire. Going to go one through the mark down too far away for the cinematic on there, but at least gets out of the 4 cannon situation.
And just kind of faking it out, taking some chip damage, trying to evade all of this. The spot dodge, not timed at the right moment. The cannon fires, catching the recovery frames. We're all tied up 1 apiece.
Well, to begin things on it, going into the rodent rhythm one more time. We try to get away from that, but the item is going to stick us down to the ground, keep up the flight path into the 6XL coming in for Fidgeties.
Fidgeties has nothing in the corner. Triple strike reaches. We bait out the throw on wake up as well. Not really into too much of a combo, however. But there is nothing. Just mashes out, catches Fidgeties approaching. Trying to keep the offense up. There's a BC. Empty hand is able to interrupt the cannons. But no, the range got a little too far away.
Yeah, unfortunately could not convert from that with it. Tried their damnedest, though, for sure, with that, like, extra hit.
They trade, and honestly, I think that's not too bad for Fidgeties. The Roto Rhythm comes through. What a tech there from nothing, who's taking extra 50% damage on all these interactions. 2H is gonna whiff!
Fly like to win with that rainbow on there afterwards. There's been a lot of things where like nothing has been stopped just short of it, either with the spike ball, either with the rodent rhythm or anything on there. Even going into either empty hand or super jump opportunities, has been having to deal with these items from the get-go.
There we go, empty hand, and this time we're close enough to get the close normal. And now Fidgeties mauled in this corner. A great opportunity here for nothing. Just gotta find the rest of the offense to close us out. One throw. Oh, and Fidgeties finds the mash, pushes nothing back. There's sandwich between all these cannons. 6XL, not quite whiff punishing, but it does connect.
Demons does avoid the cannonball at least on it, but not from the 2M on the approach on their Thunder Flash. We still have to deal with the extra hit from the rodent rhythm. Going to get the full raging strike, raging chain, and the wall bounce and a setup on there afterwards. Fidgeties sneaky with it.
Taking the throw manually twice in a row, nothing. How do you escape the situation? Ultimate empty handy side swap. Fidgety spends the last brave point. He's trying to get plenty of chip damage right here. But no, the Thunder Flash just out of range again to deal, as Fidgeties was so smart not throwing out any normals, not trying to get close enough with the 2M, but instead using those Dormouses to prevent that Thunder Flash from actually working. And now it's set opportunity, set game, I should say, for Fidgeties.
We're seeing that yet again for a 3rd time on there. Nothing on the whip punish afterwards, but we're going to go all the way to the corner, set up the spike ball, have the forks in on the block, all the way down for nothing. Getting that one more time, but this time triple attack. We're just going to mash our way out of the situation.
Second the throw from Fidgeties. Nothing, puts them in the corner. Catching these fuzzy mashes. 6-claw execution. Now you got to hold this cannon fire. The knock on the Dormouse comes through. 2H not going to reach. The BC comes out from Fidgeties, and now nothing. Taking a lot of chip damage here.
A lot of it, actually, yeah. And going to go in with the follow-up. Does get the normal confirm on that. You bounce off there. Slide right in to set point for Fidgeties.
We're looking dire here for nothing. Early BC just to alleviate the pressure. A throw connects. Oh, and the mash from Fidgeties intercepts what was to be a throw crush with the Gate of Demons. Claw execution, 2M is going to punish the retreat. The Thunder Flash will stop the offense. So that's why Fidgeties bust out with the ultimate DP.
Yeah, that's the first time that Thunder Flash has hit in a good long while, so nothing. Definitely trying to take their turn and continue it and run with it. Fidgeties was just like, no, let's go back here. It's my rhythm. It's my rodents, my rhythm. Throwing it out there with the vertically spinning rest one more time.
BC back here for Fidgeties. The heavy not connecting. Ultimate DP yet again, and Fidgeties 13 sets in a row on to nothing. But nothing did take their first game in 4 sets off of Fidgeties right there. So the 6, I think, is coming along. But I do feel like there's still some situations where they're not fully comfortable with the character. There was like that one situation where they were able to get in with an empty hand, but then they were spaced out a far like distance, and that led to no confirm from it.
Right.
So that was one nuance that stuck out to me. And then there was also a situation where they tried a 2H Fidgeties coming down, and I'd be willing to bet that if that was Ladiva's 2H, that would have connected. Maybe we're not used to the ranges on 6's 2H compared to Ladiva. So I do see that nothing.
I see it.
Right, yeah. So I think that nothing just needs a little more experience and time in with this 6 to have it serve the function they're trying to get with it, which is to serve as that counter pick that is fully functional. And I like what I see so far. I also like that I see that Dragalia and Figities are throwing hands now. Let's get it on.
Yeah, once again, this is the run back for winner's side on that. Just a reminder from that, Dragalia took that 3-1 over Figities at that point here. Time for revenge, or is it time to repeat that set?
Yes, indeed. Figities sending Dragalia back to the full screen. But there it is, Ultimate Crescent Moon able to dodge around. We got to see if Dragalia is able to maintain that tempo that got him that victory. Now, if you count that previous set, Dragalia has 14 wins to Figities 23. So, still a bit of a deficit here, but Dragalia is certainly going to be able to give us an interesting matchup here. Not a full hit on that DP. The star's bouncing around. Dragalia kind of freezes. Expecting it to come back, I think.
All right, Setsuna actually clouded by the Smoke Bomb on that at that point here. He's going to go ahead and like take over that corner one more time. Just get the throw, and that was the last little bit that you needed to get first blood for Dragalia.
Battle 2. Engage.
Good so far. Plus frames off of that charge, Setsuna as well. Figities does get counter hit in that situation. Back throw from Dragalia. Spot dodge. Gets Figities out of that mix. Cannonball, DP from Dragalia though.
Yeah, waited for that opportunity on there just to get away. This time, second hits do not make it. It's a one-hit wonder at this point, but doesn't get anything on the follow-up here. Just going to go get the confirm. Trying to go into the Crescent Moon potentially from Dragalia. Got punished out of the way by Figities.
Sides off of that super jump off of the BC counter hit. Figities trying to create space. Has a shell. Is able to fire it with the cannons. Spike ball into Star. Now we got Cheese, so that does slow down the item aggression a little bit from Figities. But look at that! What a 2M checking the approach.
One more time on there. Going to be game number 1 for Dragalia on here. No hesitation though. We're keeping up with the rhythm on here. Figities ready to go.
With punish. Figities able to recover in time after that with far heavy. L able to interrupt again. Dragalia just, it feels like knows when Figities wants to make some kind of move and says, now's my time to swing with something. And Figities like, you're gonna respect this gap, right? No, I'm not.
No, tried and true. Like, worked a couple times, but not all the time on there. We saw on that last match too, a 2M clash against Dragalia, but 2M moves Vicky a little bit closer. Dragalia was able to throw on there afterwards. This time though, on the Crescent Moon, already approaching with the throw into the rodent rhythm one more time, and actually keeping away on it. Doesn't want anything to do with the close range Namaya.
Yes, indeed, and Figities is actually getting a lot of recovering items in this set so far. I'm seeing tons of hearts, tons of cheeses, but they're still getting ample amounts of some of Vikala's best items as well. The rodent rhythm able to deal with the Setsuna. Transients closes the gap. Figities resets us a little bit of spacing.
Yeah,
what an intercept! We charge the Setsuna.
Setsuna holding for delay, just trying to find out if Figities can throw out any sort of item whatsoever. Enough time, double Star all the way through that. Going to go happy to go get the throw. Try to get a follow-up on there. 2M is going to get the punish for Figities.
And another Star again, actually able to intercept the Crescent Moon attempt from Dragalia. With these items, but the cannons facing the wrong way mean that Figities can't actually throw the items onto Dragalia, so the cannon placement's sort of sabotaging the attempts at offense here. However, cheese yet again for Figities, who again can't use the cannons to pressure Dragalia. However, Marching Teeth saves the day.
Taking it on there right at it, and right before that, no hesitation. We're just going right back into it. Tied 1-1, real first 2 hours in Moose Finals.
Crescent Moon gets blocked out. The last 2 codes on Matcherino have been claimed. Thank y'all so much for doing it. At this point, it's all just donations. So please consider if you want to support any of our players. We are a bit of ways away from getting a top 4 payout. We would need another $87.50. I would love to see it happen, y'all. Make sure that nothing gets a little piece of this prize pool payout.
Yeah, still really grateful for everyone who has donated both monetarily or claimed a code otherwise on it. As we go in, another round for Dragalia all the way through that. And we're trying to go in with the Setsuna early on in there. Figities is not going to have any of it. Happy to throw out these long-range items and Dormouses.
Yeah, but Dragalia holding these Setsunas, I think, is getting him in a bit of trouble. Veggie is starting to make adjustments and call it out. We saw the 2M interrupted there. The ultimate transit's going to work. Throw interrupts a mash attempt from Veggie. No confirm from that heavy. I mean, after all, you weren't expecting it to connect. I don't blame you. Trying to chase before the bomb goes off.
Yeah, I'm a fan of how Dragalia has been using the transients here so far in there, just to try to avoid it, threading the needle in a lot of it, but not seeing it at the moment this time. All 4 cannons coming out of there with the U-skill Dormouse, going to let the Rats fight it out on there as Vic cheers them on as he approaches there. Gets denied with the BC on each side.
BC whips, but the 5L jab also didn't reach on Fidgeties. That's a crazy interaction. Transients goes to the gap. Try to close the gap before the spikes come through, but the DP so smart from Veggies would have covered the transient approach, covers the flip as well. Decisive round right here to see who takes the early lead in the set.
Far away, but the Dormouse is going to reach its part. Hey, I have to get away. The Marching Teeth on the trap on their other approach. We're finding in there. What a bob and weave coming in from Dragalia, going to go all the way into the corner here. Hits the combo limit pretty early on here. Go in, try to go in for the Crescent Moon one more time. If Fidgeties is any of those buttons, hitting with the 6XL on there afterwards. Trying to avoid it on there. Use the BC right back from Dragalia.
There's a throw though, and Fidgeties has a heart in stock. Immediately goes into a cheese. That's pretty bad item roll, as you would prefer items that give you some more offensive pressure. Finally, a bomb comes through. Dragalia gets interrupted on a poke attempt. And with that bomb, we get a lot of damage, ending it with the ultimate DP. The throw, just out of range!
Just out of range, put themselves into the corner here, trying to go for the tech, but the 2M makes its mark. Fidgeties is going to take the lead in this loser finals.
Dragalia poking out with that far L with the sword drawn, just not enough to reach it. Fidgeties gets the counter hit. Interrupting another move on startup with that gloriously buffed 2M. The Crescent Moon completely whips against the backdash, and now Fidgeties gets a massive combo. Detonates some bombs, drops a star for more offensive pressure. Dragalia has to find a way out of the corner.
Spiked on there, but uses the parry point on there just to get out of the situation. Gets on onto the crumple, and a big counter hit. The sparks are indeed flying. Go all the way to the other side here. Use that range chain, try to build up to a skybound art. It is going to get it on there. The cloudscapes are incoming.
But still, you need one more hit. Fidgeties gets the back throw. You do roll a heart here, and Fidgeties would love to consume it, but waits it out, has a spike ball. Dragalia takes the turn, tries to fight. What a perfectly timed spot dodge from Fidgeties. However, you still block another hit, and yep, chip kill comes right on through.
Yeah, really terrifying moment on there with the spot dodge on there. The second one also getting through on there, but it's going to be keeping it alive here for Dragalia for just a little bit longer. Into the 2Ms, into the cannons, getting called out with the 6XL coming in from Dragalia.
Maintaining offense here. Neutral jump. Dragalia just takes the turn, runs up. Surprised Fidgeties isn't really going for a lot of aerial item throws, right? To like stall the momentum or just create a projectile that Dragalia has to deal with. But either way,
yeah,
speaking of items to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit too worried about the transient in a couple of cases on there, but we are getting the DP where they count on their Fidgeties. It's going to get the hit into the skybound art one more time on the follow-up. We do have SSBA for Fidgeties coming down into play. If you can make it work on here, but you're going to stay in this corner, you're going to fire away. 6L is going to miss, and that is going to hit. Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage. Oh, no.
I mean, with this knockdown, all of a sudden it's Fidgeties' turn to put Dragalia in a guess for game situation.
0 BG at this point,
Chip.
too, from...
Oh, my... Clutch. Run up, DP.
Run up and do it. We run up and do it.
Run up and do it. I mean, Fidgeties would have had to have blocked. But, I mean, you got a no-health Narmai running up to your face. Of course you're going to press something. Of course you're going to take a throw or swing with something. And because Fidgeties also spent all the Skybow gauge on the reversal Super Skybow arc, DP for them was not an option. Super smart decision from Dragalia. It's final game.
Yeah, now no fear. Put the no fear t-shirt on Narmaya. We go in there once again with the DP, trying to find these whiff opportunities with the raw far range of the far H. Going to get clipped by the DP. Continues the combo. What the heck, Fidgeties?
Fidgeties gets the hit. Dragalia down to 2 points. Fidgeties down to 1, so an extra 30% damage. Blocking the low. Dragalia now also down to final break point, so it's all 30% extra damage here as the game has gone turbo.
play, though. All the items on there, but you know what? Beats all the items. Setsuna from their crumple state into the confirmed. That is set point for Dragalia.
Battle 2. Engage.
Scary right here. Pidgey's making great use of Akala and all of her positive changes, and I think the last balance patch that Granblue has had.
Into the overhead. One more time with the Setsuna. At least gets on the corner out there, and wise
What a
move
throw.
to go for the throw to get rid of the bomb opportunity. Using the Mario 2 to get out of the situation. Put a little bit of more room in between them, and stops off the U-skill attempt by Dragalia on here. Extra damage incoming, and the left-hand corner nearly.
Well, this pressure, Setsuna does reach. Transient's going to get us close enough. A little bit of a curse spacing situation there. Crescent Moon gives Dragalia the turn, baits out the BC. Fidgety's holding on. The BC. Yo, luckily for Dragalia, that Raging Strike was just out of range because Fidgety had the reactions.
Right. Absolutely there. Unfortunately, going to get the clash into the throw. No dice on it. Going to get the confirm. The door bounce misses.
Rodent rhythm. Run up the back row from Dragalia. Crescent Moon. One last BC is spent. The throw from Fidgety's a picture-perfect finish. It's final game, final round.
Kodak moment being developed here in the dark room one more time for both players in the finals. Wow.
Fidgety's gets hit. Dragalia, a lot of hits right now, but just like that, Fidgety says, thanks for bringing me to the corner. Now you get in it. Pretty good item rotation. The throw again, too soon.
All right, traded it out there. Gets clipped with a little bit of the choo-choo rocket, one at a time in there. Happy to throw out it, like get the gas on with the photo one more time. Forcing it out, pushed into the teeth.
6XL, but no confirm for Dragalia here. We get the anti-air stabilizing with the Raging Strike and the chain. Dragalia, can you find the finishing kill combo? I think Ultimate Setsuna is going to be the answer for it. Yes, that is. Dragalia double jeoparding Fidgety's in this top 8 tonight and is going to get the run back against Iago in Grands.
Yo, good stuff from Dragalia, making that happen in the very end. Shout out to Fidgety's, getting in the money here for this evening for Paragon Granblue, number 123 on here. But it does mean that we're got to get into our grand finals, and that's going to be Iago versus Dragalia incoming right now.
Yes, indeed. And I'm very curious to see what the strategy for Dragalia in this set is. In Winners Final, we saw Dragalia start with the Sandalaphon for the first 2 games, but then switch to the Narmaya. And I felt like the Sandalaphon gave us more stable sets. There was a lot of back and forth between them, but Dragalia just not able to close it out with the Sandalaphon. When we switched to the Narmaya, the rounds were very explosive. Again, it was either Iago bringing the pain to Dragalia or Dragalia cornering Iago. And it seems like Dragalia says, I'm locking in with my girl. This is my heart of hearts. This is my character. Iago just got their 40th win over Dragalia in bracket. Dragalia is going to try to catch up to Iago's old record to win this entire bracket. Let's see how this goes.
And already getting avoided on the up dog in there, get a light little punish in on there afterwards here. Whenever just kind of stop any sort of a movement from Dragalia in there with the crescent move, pushed back into the corner as a result of the whip. So the stand switch on into play on there. We're going to go in count on the crescent. Follow up has the meter. Just going to go in for the reset and try to take back the turn, but the up dog says no, get out of the situation.
Getting caught by these normals, however, and just like that, Dragalia lets another lead slip away. Iago able to take that comeback with the whip.
Again with the low starting out in there, nothing on the dispense. Afterwards, with the same side, Crescent Moon into play. Enough time for a GG to come out and play from Iago.
Goes for the low, trying to find.
Try to get with the throw, no dice for it.
The JL actually intercepting before Dragalia is able to get up there and smack Iago down. Iago just way too quick tonight.
Iago's definitely been on point with a lot of these calls, as we see here with the confirm. Back into the vacuum we go. Going to get this knockdown, sets up with the EX, GG, and it's going to be a finish. Game number 1 for Iago. Now remember, winner's side is Iago, only has to win the one set.
Meanwhile, Dragalia would have to win 2 sets back-to-back in order to take this bracket from Iago. So until we see the first set win, Iago is very much in the favorable position, and Dragalia is the underdog.
We're going back to that room here. Dragalia has a couple other characters. We saw the Xenophon come out. We've seen the Vikala come out from time to time from Dragalia as well. But we're keeping with that Narmaya. We're just collecting your thoughts, seeing what we need to do to make that approach.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Early whip on there, really denying Dragalia the space they need to move around on here. Low one more time in there, gun firm for days into the setup. One more time, GG coming out to play, and actually using the medium version of that just to get a smaller approach in there, stop the transient from Dragalia.
And as soon as Dragalia closes the gap, Iago spends the beast. He wants to keep Iago, or rather Dragalia, at that farther range. What a spot dodge against the normal as well. Dragalia whip punished beautifully.
They'll be able to realign that with Raging Strike, Range Change, finish the job, add another round to the board on their side.
Looking a little rough here for Dragalia. As Iago once again gets the situation set up, gets the fuzzy overhead.
Again, dealing with that. Kind of keeping it into that clash on that. Timed it out. Get the wall bounce just because of the distance that is. Another time for GG to continue on the setup. Keep a plus afterwards here. And basically, Iago is opening up a jail exclusively for Dragalia.
Great points being spent very rapidly now. Setsuna does connect. Big 2H here, stabilizing with the Raging Strike. So this is a massive opportunity for Dragalia to take control of the situation. It's going to take all of Iago's break points away. It's basically a guess for game situation. Does Iago bust out with a DP?
Only one way to find out. We're waking up here. We're going to hold down the block on here for the side switch mix-up. And here switching out into Genji stance coming in from Dragalia. Snipes it out from the distance. Enough time to set up GG. We're trying to push away from it, but it's going to be the reach, the extension of it from Dragalia, catching with the low to take that round.
Big opportunity there for Dragalia. Needs to find more explosive moments like that. However, Iago in full control right now, planning these GGs. Until Dragalia gets the hit, confirms it beautifully, is able to space out and bait the Beppo Sikkim. So Iago, no skybound gauge, but doesn't matter. The jumping connects against Dragalia. Side swap as well, putting them towards this corner. Iago, full control again.
Yeah, that was a brief respite, but not for very long in the scenario. We're back at it with the slight lead for Iago. Getting chipped away slightly in there with the confirm. Oh, that's going to be a nice little touch on here. If you're able to build up that SBA on it, you could definitely finish the job. Put one on the side of Dragalia, 1-1.
It's the first game Dragalia has taken off of Iago in the top 8 tonight. With the tried and true Narmaya, of course. So we might be in for the long haul here, but we will have to see. Still much to be decided. Escape. From that corner, drop the GG. Wake up Setsuna, ambitious, trying to sneak one in before GG can land. It's gonna give Iago the combo.
Pays for the dividends on there. Flying with the GG one more time. The collection on there. We're bouncing on it like we're body surfing into the SBA. The ball going to be fully used all the way in the corner. GG with the assist on there. No spike, but the follow-up confirm is going to get the round for Iago. What a play there.
I mean, Dragalia, I can appreciate the fact that you want to be aggressive, that, you know, you're not going to win just by blocking the zone forever, but that was 4 counter hits in a row. It was Setsuna get hit by GG, Transits get hit by a normal, Chrysamoon get jabbed out of it.
Let me in
like
here.
At some point, you just gotta block. Yeah, let me in! Let me in! Sometimes you just gotta be patient, and the opportunity will come, and so it has. Until Iago mashes.
Triple attack all the way down in the side switch to make sure you have the corner. GG coming out there, and we're blocking that gear skill DP. Oh, the resources dwindling away.
Any damage on the Dragalia? Run up deep. No, disgusting Iago.
Nothing but net at the very end. Iago now 2-1. Winner side, grand finals trying to close this out.
なんだか霧の島で過ごした日々の景色
I mean, Dragalia, if there is any signal that anyone could give you to block just one extra situation, it was that. You got hit by run-up old DP. But okay, we're finding the good opportunities to mash, and now we know the serotonin buttons are connecting, and thus Dragalia is never going to hold it down back ever again.
Oh, the teleport Crescent Moon gets away from the up dog altogether, and like you were saying a little bit earlier in the evening CD mangaka, that is definitely a Dragalia Narmaya round. Oh wait, no. Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, made me.
That would have been
good.
That would have been the goofiest shit I've ever seen if he lost from that position after that didn't kill.
I would fully take blame for the curse on that if that was the case on here. But we're still live.
You were trying to weave it, man.
I'm trying my best on that.
Thank God that's not your curse technique, man. Otherwise, Dragalia would have words with you.
All right, gets a side switch on here for Iago. Going to get a little bit of a whiff punish opportunity. Nothing for escape. Only the transient to be able to push a little bit of room.
All right, empty jump, blocking the Beppo. The run up though, Iago's going to intercept. As Kopi pulls up in chat, shouts to Kopi.
Trying to do the flippy stuff. No dice from that Setsuna. Also getting avoided on here. Looks like right now all avenues are toll road. You gotta pay the cost if you want to approach Iago.
So the GG, 5U just for more chip. 67's gonna whip. Iago not able to get the kill, but I mean, it's coming. Oh lord, it's coming. There it is, finally.
Just at that moment, that does mean it is tournament point for Iago here.
Dragalia take us to a game 5. After all, this is a very close head-to-head record between these two. We would love to see that represented in tonight's game as well. And to be fair, rounds have been close, but Iago has certainly had more successes and more victories, and it's going to continue to look as such when you bait out that DP.
Dragalia nearly working on it. Immediately uses the U skill on that. Going to get the chance for another U skill if they can get the opportunity. Still being locked down by Iago. Transient says no. Going to get the throw coming in. Having to hold it down with the plus frames. Using that BP to get out of the situation.
Blocking the Crescent as well. Iago down to a final break point. Does it even matter though? Dragalia punish on the 6XM as Iago takes it incredibly cleanly 3-1 and is your Paragon 1-2-3 champion for Granblue Fantasy versus Rising.
Congratulations to Iago with the ferry all the way down the line on that. We saw that Kopi was saying, like, Kopi was like, I joined and drag starts losing. Well, like, look back at the winners finals on that, with the, like, Dragalia was starting to make some same changes with that Narmaya and winners finals, and we got the one win in the match with the Narmaya in grand finals, but Iago was able to hold down the line and make it work. Good stuff.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, it very much seems like Iago knows Dragalia's tendencies and is able to build the appropriate wall of objects and normals to keep out the transients, to deal with the crescent moons. And Dragalia, to his credit, was able to sneak in a couple of those from time to time. But it kind of feels like if that doesn't work for Dragalia, then there's not really much going for Narmaya in that matchup. And that's kind of why I'm interested to see if Dragalia commits more to the Sandalathon, at least as a counterpick to Fairy. Just because I felt like, again, in those winners final, the games were just so much more stable. But I can understand, you know, just like, you're not as familiar or as comfortable, or, you know, I just want to play my girl. Like, if I'm not winning with my Narmaya, what's the point of playing in these brackets? But that is it for the top 8 tonight. Shoutouts to your champion, of course, Iago Great, taking it over all the other competitors tonight. In second place, the mighty Dragalia, falling only to Iago, of course. In third place was Fidgety's Double Jeopardy by Dragalia tonight. Then in losers semifinal going out was Nothing at fourth place. Tied for fifth place was J-Mom and Don Quavius. And rounding up our top 8 was Tubby and Ragger.
Incredible top 8, incredible ladder, and like I'm so happy I was able to do. It's been a while since we've done commentary together, CD Mangaka. So it's been an absolute pleasure on this, and this was a great one, like very diverse, very fun to play through.
Indeed, it was. Shoutouts to Paragon FGC, of course, for hosting the brackets, and Khalil for running them. Shoutouts to you, the viewers on Twitch and on YouTube, for hanging out, supporting these brackets, for claiming these Matcherino codes, sending in your donations as well. And thank you all so much for being a part of this amazing community. I know things are like a little dire, it feels like, but guys, it's okay. Changes are coming, and the game is in a really good spot. We still got tournaments being hosted. We got upcoming events for the Side Games World Cup, like CEO. In just a couple of weeks taking place in Florida. I hope to see many of you there because I'm certainly going to be there. We'll see what I'm doing out there.
Same.
Anyways, anything else we got to tell the good people? Risky Sweep.
I just want to tell them like I do every time I'm on Paragon. Shout out to everyone like all along the way. But also I'm one of the TOs for Scruffy City FGC in Knoxville, Tennessee, and we're helping out with Chattanooga with their scene a little bit. Shout out to 236 Mafia down that way because they're doing the Southern Battle Opera for their second year as well. Unfortunately, Granblue is not one of the events on there, but it's a 2v2 tournament all the way through, and that's going to be the first weekend where like Tokon is released. So it's going to be August 8th down in Chattanooga. So if you're in the Southeast region on there, that's a really short distance in there from Atlanta, from Knoxville, and like Nashville, everything in between. It's going to be a good time, one single day all the way through it. I'm going to post that link in the chat. I hope to see you there. There's a $200 pop bonus also for Tokon that weekend, so I want to see some sick tech.
And if that's a little too far away from you as well, but Westminster, Colorado is a little closer, I'd like to invite you out as well to our Colorado tournament. It's going to be the Mile High Burst Monthly featuring Marvel Tokon, the first time that we're hosting that particular tournament for our scene. We got a $250 pop bonus base for the game at the moment with $50 for every 32 entrants, which I actually think we have over 32 entrants already signed up for Tokon at this point. So that's a $300 pop bonus at the bare minimum for the game right now. We're also hosting other games like Street Fighter 6, Tekken 8, Avatar, Legends, the fighting game. That's also showing up for its first appearance on a monthly. Guilty Gear Strive is pulling up. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Dragon Ball FighterZ, my favorite, gotta get the CAD games in, Rev 2, and of course Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. A bit more of a tag-themed monthly, missing a couple of the regular games. We just, we expect Tokon to be big. We can't run as much, but we're still going to be supporting that, streaming it at Akihabara Arcade on Twitch, so be on the lookout for that. There is my own little link in the chat right there. So if you can't make it out to Risky Sweep's own event, then, and if you're close enough to Colorado, consider pulling up to this event. There's going to be tons of events like that. Make sure you take a look, right? All right. And if you don't know any sort of events, check out Fighting Dreamers on Twitter or on YouTube. They published a calendar app, so you can just sign up for it. And then every single FGC event that is out there will show up on your calendar, so you can find out what's near you. I want to make sure that you're all aware of that as well. Exciting times are coming for us from the FGC. Thank you again, Paragon, for hosting tonight. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and have a good night.
Have a good one.